Here's to a new feeling. One where comfort follows your definition and every move feels weightless. Here's to unlocking absolute confidence.
Boobies. Boobies. Hi,
And hello.
and welcome.
Welcome to
Boobies.
Boobies. That's right. We're your hosts.
I'm Joshua.
And I'm Caitlin. And we're here to talk to you about some scary, spooky stuff that gave Andrew nightmares after we watched it. Sweet baby.
Well, I have nightmares after watching all of the scary movies, apparently. 'Cause I had nightmares last night as well. But this actually ties into like one of my biggest fears because roller coasters.
You're afraid of roller coasters?
Roller coaster. Yeah.
No.
I don't like them.
Oh, I
never
am
have.
a front seat kind of gal.
Ugh,
I love them.
I like physically, like even just the thought of a roller coaster makes me want to vomit.
It also,
whirl,
yeah, I mean,
and my
making
stomach
sense
turn in knots.
that you're, sensitive to motion.
I mean, my motion sickness is kind of maybe maybe that is all it is, but maybe
No, I feel like it's probably a part of it, but I think the phobia that comes along with it is probably very different.
Well, because there was like one time a few years ago, 2016 or 17, I don't remember, my friends wanted to go to the Six Flags, and I actually went, and I was like, I'm gonna regret this, but I'm gonna go, because I'm just thinking I'm just gonna be standing there the whole time,
Yeah,
which I was, but finally I was like, all
they
right.
got a lot of carnivals games.
It's the thing too about like people who like roller coasters, they want other people to like roller coasters and get on the roller coasters.
That's true.
And I feel like, and not in a bad way, but most people who like roller coasters think they're going to be the one to like turn the person who doesn't like roller coasters. And so they were like, and so finally I'm like, all right, I'll get on. And it was the Batman.
Oh.
And first time I was like,
flips you upside down.
Yeah,
so
it's
many
like
times.
a loop-de-loop and it goes fast. And I was just like, all right, I'm going to do
Arlington,
it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going to do it. And so I did it. And honestly, while I was on it, I was freaking out a bit, but I was telling myself, you know what, you're on it. Try to have fun. Just have fun. I think I was literally just like gritting to my teeth, just like, this is fun. This is so much fun. This is fun. Just screaming. And then finally we get into the thing and they're like, there was no other else in line to get on. So they were like, do y'all want to go again? And my friends were just like, yeah. And I'm like, oh Lord. And then they're like, we can let, they were about to be like, you can get off if you want. But I was like, I'm not going to be a little bitch. And so then I went through it one more time. And when I got off of it, I was so sick from the motion sickness that I literally the rest of the time, and they were there for probably 3 more hours, I was laying on a park bench with like one of the, like my friend's mom, because she was just chilling with me. And I was just like, I was vomiting. I couldn't. Yeah.
Some of them I have to always take ibuprofen, even when I was younger.
I should have took
because
some.
my head gets knocked around, especially on ones like that circle you around like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, it'll mess your head up. And the last time I was at Arlington, actually first and only time I've been to Arlington, because my father lives in San Antonio, and so we went to the San Antonio Six Flags.
That's
and then obviously I'm
Six
from
Flags of choice.
Yeah. And obviously I'm from the Houston area, so I grew up on Astroworld.
Gotcha.
Can you imagine living in a world where everybody was loved and accepted? The 4'11", the 6'4" girl, the curvy girl, the super thin girl.
Women are just given such a hard time, just from society.
I wish we would just all stop sucking in our stomachs.
If you are a healthy woman, then the shape of your body should be the very last thing that you worry about.
Everybody deserves to be loved, respected, and welcome in more spaces, including options for birth control. That's why Slind is designed to be inclusive of many kinds of bodies. Do not take Slind if you have kidney, liver, or adrenal impairment, have or have had cancers sensitive to progestin, or undiagnosed vaginal bleeding. Even if you haven't been able to take other birth control pills, ask your doctor if Slind is right for you.
Everything that I used to think was what made me unattractive is what I find to be celebratory about myself.
I believe that everybody is deserving of love.
Dang, that swing is almost as good as mine.
Yeah? See what you got. Not bad for only one MVP.
That's cute. Call me when you get to 6:30. Still got it.
Whatever.
And so, but
Is Astro World another Six Flags one?
yes,
Okay.
but it
gotcha.
was demolished to be a parking lot.
Oh no.
Yeah,
R.I.P.
really sad. Astro World was fucking best.
So cute.
But
Because they're all different names, if I'm not mistaken, right?
yeah, there's Fiesta, Texas, Six Flags over Texas,
Which is the Dallas or Arlington one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gotcha.
yeah,
Mm.
and then Astro World, which was Houston,
Cute.
and but the so the biggest one there, I believe it's the Giant, the Texas Giant or
Yeah.
something. Not the wooden one. That one might be the Texas Giant.
That's the wooden one. Is the giant?
Okay.
The giant.
Then
But there's
the-
a Titan.
the Titan.
Yeah.
Yes, that ride.
That's huge.
Mwah, amazing.
Chef's kiss.
Yeah, love it.
Sorry.
And Patrick and I rode it Patrick and I both love roller coasters, and because my father did too. So
I
like
remember
we'd
looking
always
at
go.
it.
And I think Brett also does. I don't want to say my middle brother doesn't.
The way that I'm getting like I honestly feel like a panic attack
Oh,
coming on. No,
no.
not really, but
Well-
like just thinking of like that. But you know what else I
That
do to
drop is
myself?
so good.
I watched YouTube videos of POV shots of people on roller coasters. Sometimes because I feel like this will ease my this will like make me like them, and no, it's just like a trigger.
Well, half the time it looks like your head's gonna hit something, and especially on wooden roller coasters, every time I raise my arms up, I'm like, oh god, one's gonna get chopped off.
And then they're like all creaky.
Yes, yeah.
Uh-huh.
There were parts on the Texas Giant while we
Yeah.
were waiting in line. I was like, I don't know if that part's supposed to have sparks,
Uh-huh.
but it is.
That's scary. They're so tall, they're so big, they go so fast. They are controlled
you'd be dead.
essentially by like a hydraulic system that like is
could malfunction.
Yeah, there's or someone at the little button station could pass out and die in the moment of, and like
Then everyone's hitting each other,
and then everyone dies.
I think there's some more safety effects put in, but
I don't think so. No.
when we were getting on the Titan though, we rode it 3 times because the first time we went on it, we were like, oh my god, that was fucking amazing. We waited to be in the front line or front seat.
And those lines take forever.
They do. And then we noticed that the line was not that long again, like maybe 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And so we were like,
so like top back in.
yeah, we got back on immediately. And then we like went and did some other roller coasters. And then we were like, we're going to end the night with this. And so we got all the way up, and then like some motherfucker cut us, and we were like about to get on. And then some bitch with a boot comes on. And I'm like, oh, man, I looked at Patrick. I said, we should have broke my leg.
Oh, because we got to let her go on first.
Yeah.
So it's a nice thing to do.
And I was
yeah.
like, God damn it.
Fuck her.
I know.
She should have gone there sooner.
She should
Her
have.
boot don't make her special.
But then after they shut the ride down. They're like, hey, there's some technical difficulties.
Saved your life.
We were like right at we were right at the gate, like, so it was supposed to be our turn next. So then we had to end up waiting even more. I think someone had got I don't know if it was there or maybe I think it was one of the rides there though. Like somebody pulled out a camera and they stopped the ride and we were like stopped on the tracks for like 25 minutes because this person wouldn't put away their phone. And it was like, just put your fucking phone up. So whenever Frankie pulls out that camera again, I was like, fuck you, Frankie.
Yeah.
But they like did a test run and everything, like one empty cart, and it looked good to go. So then we were the
next group.
And we were riding front seat again.
Oh my God.
Because we were like, we're going to end it with a bang.
Yeah.
And then, so the moment that was, will say probably one of the few times that I got on a roller coaster
and you
was
were
like
nervous.
Yeah, shit. I was
This
like,
could
fuck,
be the
should I
time.
get off? I was like, I swear to God, if this is Final
I watched
Destination
the
3,
movie.
I'm going to die. And thankfully we got off fine, obviously.
You're here.
But that was one of the
That's
few
scary.
times where I was like, shit, we could die.
Great segue though, because
That's right.
what are we talking about?
Final Destination 3. If
Final
you
Destination
haven't
3. Read the title
picked
of
it up.
this podcast. Yes. So 2006.
2006.
Is directed by James Wong.
That's true. He
Who
directed.
did the first one? Didn't do
Yes.
the second one.
Oh, he wasn't on the second one.
No. I think he might have had something in the producers spectrum of it, maybe. But
Oh yeah, David R. Ellis directed it.
But he actually directed and was a part of writing the screenplay for this one.
Nice.
And the first one.
I really liked this one a lot.
It's your favorite, right?
It is, just because it has a lot of sentimental value for me. So we were talking about how the interactive features on the DVD.
Oh yeah, and you could choose what would happen.
Yeah, and so I was reading through some of the like fun facts about it, and this is one of the films that the director and the DVD collaborated from the film's inception to its DVD release. The film was shot with the DVD interactive features in mind, therefore several scenes were filmed several times with varying outcomes.
Gotcha.
So you could pick your own ending.
That's smart.
Yeah, and I was like, that's really cool. And
they thought about that from the get-go.
Yeah, they did. And then the cast members on the roller coaster had to write it 26 times on the same night in order to shoot the film's like main premonition scene. 26 times.
No,
You're like, no, I would have been
body double.
I would have been someone out. I got off the.
I would have to not be, if they handed me if they said you got the part, and then I'm like, okay, now what's the script? And they're like roller coaster. I'm like, ooh, I'm fired.
Fuck this shit, I'm
yeah.
out.
Break the contract. Yeah, no, I couldn't. That's 26 times. That's too many times.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I think even for like an enthusiast, but maybe at that point they're like, it's whatever. They're just getting on it. You know what I mean? Like autopilot.
Yeah.
Almost. I don't know. But I wonder if any of the actors actually had like fears of the roller coaster, because kudos to them for conquering that. Is there some other weird fun fact?
There is. So at around 26 minutes, Mary Elizabeth Winstead, who plays Wendy, can't drive, so a stand-in had to be used when she pulled out of the school parking lot.
Oh, interesting. She can't drive? That's sad. I'm sorry.
I know. I was like,
you can't take yourself out.
That's kind of funny. I mean, they actually did use an actual home improvement store.
Oh, okay.
For the shots, and that basically they were only allowed in at night, and once the store was closed, and they had to leave the store the exact same way they found it. While different parts of the scenes were being filmed, other crew members were often putting objects back on the shelves. In addition,
like whenever all those saline or whatever bottles were like exploded.
I know. I was
the
like,
tubes
were
falling.
those?
There was so much
those
stuff.
had to be props, because I was like, unless they just, I guess, purchased all this stuff, they were like, okay, we're gonna buy all this, because they just ran over those.
And then like all those steaks that they had falling, and like there was a lot of mess they created to have to clean up.
I know. I read that fact before watching it again, and then I was watching it with that in mind, and I was just like,
a bunch of shit.
How in the world? I was like, y'all must have had to buy all this, or I don't know. Like, someone was.
Maybe it was a part of the
whole
fee,
time,
like in purchasing time to be there. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess
we could do
so.
what we want.
And,
essentially, I don't know.
Let's see. The scene taking place in the tanning booth was a closed set. Only the camera operators were in the same room with
the girls.
The girls, and black curtains were draped to keep onlookers out, since both actresses were nude.
We get it done. We get it done.
If you're hurt in a car, call us first.
If you're hurt in a car,
Big money.
settle for less.
At Daniel Star, we don't pay lip service. We get to know your unique story so we can fight for the best outcome for you. That's what our team does every single day. We hope you never need us, but if you do, we're ready for you.
But yeah, it was the Corkscrew. Most of the roller coaster footage was filmed on Corkscrew at Playland, part of Pacific National Exhibition in Vancouver, British Columbia.
In Canada. Everything's filmed in Canada.
Yeah, no. The actual ride is much tamer and slower, it says, and only contains a double corkscrew inversion compared to Devil's Flight, which contains multiple vertical loops and multiple corkscrew sections.
Yeah.
So
we'll get into it, but that roller coaster was something else.
whoa. Ashley Tisdale auditioned for the role of Erin, but lost. Vanessa Hudgens auditioned for the role of Julie, but lost to Amanda Crew.
That's interesting. Wait, which one was Erin? Her friend, right?
Erin was the nail gun.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
You're right.
And then Julie was her younger sister.
Rip off Haley. She gives me, oh my gosh, Haley from Paramore.
Oh, Haley Williams?
Yeah.
Julie does?
No.
Oh, the girl who played Erin.
The girl, the redhead. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
Hill Country Fair version.
No one can be as perfect as her.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but yeah, we have it starting, right? We got the opening credits, just like any other good Final Destination movie.
Same music.
Same music. And it's kind of giving me like American Horror Story season 4, where it was like the circus freak show like type of opening vibe.
We weren't in a bedroom.
Not in a bedroom this
creepy,
time. Yeah,
like shots of the person's room.
Mm-hmm.
We were just getting unsettling shots of a carnival.
Yeah, which is pretty cool. It's shaking it up a little bit. And then at this point, we do get our opening crew. We have Elizabeth Winstead's character, right? Who is playing Wendy.
Yes.
And she's with her friends. I forget her boyfriend, Jason, right?
Jason,
Jay. And then her friend. And
Carrie
then
and Kevin.
Yeah. And we do have a picture of her taking a picture of the high dive thing.
Yeah.
But
she, I guess, she's afraid of roller coasters, not a fan of them.
Yeah.
And so she was on the ground while the three of them were riding this dropping.
That's right. Yeah.
Sensation
That's
roller
right.
coaster.
It's like the Superman.
Yeah. Exactly. I love rides like that.
There's one like that at the fair that they do every here.
Yeah. Okay. Like I love roller coasters.
Don't go on fair rides.
Don't go. I did get stuck upside down on, well, this was at the Chemo Boardwalk. We got like stuck upside down on one of the rides there.
Gotcha.
And this was, I think, also before they like really made it nice. And yeah, they had to like come get us off. So
that's scary.
Yeah.
And yet you still love roller coasters.
I do.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's because those are carny rides.
Yeah. So I don't go on a lot of carnival rides.
Mm-hmm.
I also don't go to a lot of carnivals.
That's true.
So.
And so they are, she's waiting for them. And so she ends up trying to capture a picture of it. And the sign ends up saying the high die, right? Because the V is like off on the photo, but it's on in real life. Yeah.
So it's like,
so it's already like, wait, what? That's weird.
Yeah. And we were kind of getting, so that's like our first hint that these photos are going to be kind of telling and progressing the narrative.
That's true.
Because that's very different from the previous films. The photos weren't as big of an indicator as to what was going to happen.
It was like a seating chart, and then it was a just recollection of what had happened on Kimberly's vision, you know, from like who died first, but it was going last, like backwards anyways.
And then also she kept getting extra premonitions.
Yeah, that's true. Hers were different.
There was only the like singular premonition really
in the first
one.
Oh, and in this one, yeah. You're right.
I mean, they got a few like little hints at like the bus in the window and stuff in the first.
That's true. You're right.
But
this one there was no other like stuff like that.
Yeah,
it was.
But all of the hints were given to them in the photos, which was cool. I liked that.
It's a different take.
Yeah,
yeah.
It seems maybe a little more believable.
And at this point, they are trying not to repeat everything that they've done in the previous two installments.
Yeah.
Because at this point, I mean, it's essentially
a healthy twist.
And in every movie, it's essentially we're getting the same thing. It's the same formula. People escape death. They start to die in weird, various ways while trying to avoid it.
Gruesome ways.
Yeah. And it's so it's smart.
Yeah.
And it's like to where it's not necessarily switching it so far out of the way where we're like, well, this is taking us out of the Final Destination, you know, element.
Yeah, it did. I thought it did a really great job.
Yeah. Did you notice that Kevin was, I don't know if you noticed, he is an actor from a lot of Disney Channel original movies.
Yes.
The Luck of the Irish.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I did recognize him.
Smart House.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Those are some good ones.
I'm still scared of my nest sometimes.
They can take over. They will
I'm like,
one day.
oh God, it's going to get me.
She's learning everything about you.
I know.
They, them. Sorry.
They, them.
Mm-hmm.
And I have so much like technology things now, like with the cat's feeder and they're like,
they're all communicating.
And I have my little cameras that I watch the cats through. Basically all the technologies. My cats have a water filter. I didn't until
we rely so much on technology
Saturday.
though. So much. Like even just like if we were to not have Wi-Fi, like an internet connection, like our
New Final Destination.
Society would collapse.
Wi-Fi explosion. We all die.
And so we have them getting off the ride. They're all talking and they're
getting like some food, I guess, before they have to go make their reservation for the Devil's Flight, because basically we also kind of figure out that it's a like carnival night for their high school, and I believe for the seniors. Yeah. So it's like senior night kind of thing. But
Wendy's getting like really weird vibes throughout the whole time. There's just little things happening and you can tell she's given this whole like, what's going on?
Yeah, she's
like,
on edge.
She's
just like,
she's high anxiety alert.
Looking over her shoulder every 2 seconds.
Which could tie into like because she's afraid of the roller coasters, and throughout the whole movie, it's kind of they always tie in that she's such a control freak, which I know is another part of like why people are afraid of roller coasters, because you can't control what's going on.
Yeah. And so they're going to eat some lunch, dinner. I guess dinner. It's definitely dark. But fucking Kevin
breakfast
takes a picture of that girl's skirt.
Yeah.
And like right next to his girlfriend. And
I thought that was weird.
I would be pissed if my boyfriend like pulled some shit like that.
Yeah.
Like,
I feel like it's
high
also
school
like
or not.
06 vibes.
That's true.
I don't know. I feel like times are very telling and different of like how people react to things.
Because she was like, and then eventually she was like, I was going to break up with him. I'm just waiting until after graduation. I wanted to do it. She ends up telling
Wendy that.
Yeah.
Which kind of doesn't come into play later, but like we get
his side of the story.
His side of how he was feeling. Yeah. And kudos, like kind of like give it to Wendy for not even mentioning it. Cause like, what's the point? It would only like make him maybe feel worse. Than what he's been feeling. So yeah.
I know my bitch ass would have been like, she was going to break up with you.
Literally. But yeah, so they end up talking, the girls, and then we get the guys coming back with the food. And then at this point, I think on my note, what can Kevin get? I don't even know.
Can Kevin?
Oh, because her friend, she's like, I'm so sorry. Kevin can get a little out of control sometimes or whatever. I'm like, what? No. But anyways.
A little out of control.
And so he's just being a skis and a little bit of a dick.
Then we basically get this montage of Wendy going through, taking photos of all the... She's basically collecting the photos that are going to come in to play later and basically show us how everyone's going to die.
Yeah, but what she knows so far is that these are just, I guess she's probably, she's part of the journalism, the yearbook. Yeah, there we go.
And so she had her little camera. She takes pictures of Ashley, the Ashleys. Yeah. I put Ashley and other girl. I couldn't remember. They're both Ashley. Yeah. Okay. Winning the prize. Then she runs into her sister, Julie, and she's like, you're not a senior. And then this comeback that Miss Cutest Couples, rah, rah. I was like, what? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, her character throughout the whole movie kind of annoyed me.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I guess that's what little sisters are supposed to do. I don't know. I
guess. Never had one.
Me either. And so that's whenever we have... and Caitlin is not an only child. Riddle. Caitlin's never had a little sister, but she's not an only child. So what does that mean?
What does that make her?
And so we have her having that whole interaction with her sister. Her sister flips her off. She gets a picture of her doing that, which also comes into play later. Those girls, Ashley's, they were playing that little water clown game and winning a prize. We'd have the dude, what's his name? Lewis. She goes to Lewis, and he's at what are those things called? Where the test your strength, right? The little
where you like hit the hammer to the bell, and he knocks it the head of that thing, clean off, bling.
Sure does. And that's whenever you can tell that a lot of these pictures that she's taken too, even she's noticing there's something off about them or something, or the vibe's weird.
Something feels a little ominous.
And then we get her going towards the Devil's Ride, right?
Yep. And this is where we get Tony Todd in the film.
He's the voiceover.
He is the voice at here and on the subway at the end. So
which I
we're
did,
at the end
but I
of the
did miss him
line.
physically.
I did too.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that they didn't just ditch him completely. And
they still found a way to get him in
yeah,
there. Yeah.
Without them just like now 6 years later going to the same morgue.
Yeah.
And thing like that. Because also we were in a completely different area.
Location.
Yeah, we weren't in New York. So it would have been weird. Well, but he is supposed to be like the embodiment of death. So he could be anywhere. That's true.
It's the dermatologist-developed Lubriderm you love, now with Pro-Ceramide. Provides long-lasting hydration from head to toe and helps restore your moisture barrier for healthier-looking skin. Lubriderm with Pro-Ceramide.
But it was cool. It was different. It was nice. He gets to be this big old devil monster.
Saying very ominous things like, this is the beginning of the end, blah, blah, blah. That you're gonna die.
Which would not encourage me to keep going. But
no.
Yeah.
And it did not encourage her to keep going. She almost backed out.
Her friends, though, are very insistent on like, you're going to be okay. You're just scared. You're such a control freak. It's going to be okay.
Yeah.
And so she's just telling her, Jason, she's like, I've got deja vu. And he's just like, you're just freaking out, essentially.
I've got some deja vu for something that hasn't even happened yet. But this feels like wrong. Something feels off. Basically.
And we got our skis, Mr. What's his name?
Frankie. God.
Trying to like, he's just videotaping the girls, which he's been doing the whole time. And then he's got his little necklace of like this female that he's like licking and like trying to like make moves on them.
Frankie Cheeks.
Yeah.
And then as we're going up through the line too, we're kind of meeting everyone. We run into Aaron and Ian as well.
McKinley.
And they're basically saying the odds are like 1 of 250 million. Like it's really rare.
Of people dying on a roller coaster accident.
Yeah. And I guess they're also like major physics nerds because they kept dropping like physics shit every like from the get. And then they drop it again in the
later on
hardware store. Yeah. And so I guess they like physics.
They're smart. They're nerds.
Wasn't my favorite class.
Yeah. I don't even think I've ever taken a physics class.
I loved chemistry. But
I did take one of those. I caught stuff on fire.
Nice. Love it. But yeah, Frankie Cheeks sitting there licking that, licking the little mud flap girl. Yeah. And it's just like, ew. And they were clearly, it's like mud. She's on the mud
flaps. Yeah, on trucks.
Yeah, on trucks. Yeah.
I getcha.
One of those little girls, sitting with her knees up, and she got real perky boobies. Perky boobs. But yeah, really gross. And then we flash back to our main people, and they're trying to send them to the first stall. And well, she's having none of that.
She doesn't want to go in the first stall or first whatever it's called. Yeah, stall, cart. But anyways, because she's like, I'm not going to sit at the front. And so that's whenever she wants to sit in the back. And so the boyfriend wants to sit back there with her, but he can't because he's already in the ride, right?
Well, he wanted, so basically, like, Kevin tried to send Carrie back there, and Carrie was like, I'm going to Brown. I want to celebrate. I want to sit in the front seat. And then Kevin was like, okay, let's settle this like men, and did a coin flip. And he called heads in the air, and I guess it was tails.
That's right.
So then Jay went and sat up with Carrie, and Kevin went back there with her. And I was just like, why not just go with your fucking girlfriend?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I was a little bit like, okay. But also, I mean, I don't think if my partner didn't want to go in the front stall, no, I would go with them. And then I'd say, wait, I'm going to ride it again.
But I'm going to go in the front.
Yeah.
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 You were being chivalrous.
Yeah. But I also wouldn't make my partner like ride it in the first place. Unless it was something like if they like honestly felt comfortable with it. Because I've been to an amusement park where I just was like, okay, well, I'm going to go get in line. I would wait. And so I mean, I don't expect everyone to like roller coasters like I do. They're definitely not for everyone.
Well, it's just if you don't like roller coasters, why even go to a roller coaster adjacent area? Like, why go somewhere where there will be roller coasters?
Yeah.
Especially if you're going to people who like roller coasters. Just don't.
I typically only try to invite people. Like, that's why Patrick and I go together a lot. Is because we both like them. And then there's two of us, so we can just...
Yeah. Man,
seating situation.
I want to be one so bad, but I don't know if it'll happen. But we do have everyone. What were we at?
They get sent to lane 6.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Which also
and there was little kids waiting in the little seat.
Yeah,
and they
like
get
cut
kicked off. Yeah,
they get like cut them in line, and then they're like, wow, get out of here.
Yeah.
And Frankie was sitting there like fucking weird, and then like hopped into the seat behind the Ashleys, and that was why then they had to like, that's why the little kids were there too. I don't know, it was very confusing, but then they get on and boyfriend says meet you at the end kind of thing. And like then all of a sudden everyone's kind of pulling out loose objects. He's getting like, Kevin's getting stuck to gum.
Yeah.
All these things that just, you know, shouldn't be on a roller coaster.
Little signs.
Yeah.
We have them trying to fix Lewis's what are those called? Seatbelt, but not seatbelt. Arm. The straps.
Yeah. The shoulder rest.
Shoulder rests. Yeah.
Shoulder pads.
Yeah. No, those things that they pull over people on the roller coasters because
lap bar. No, that's not a lap bar.
Because those are the ones that are down here.
Yeah.
But anyways, the cage of death is being put on him more securely, and then essentially we have
which you would want.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to be wiggling around.
No, I've been in a roller coaster before where I've gone up and I'm like, I don't like that.
I've been on a few whenever I was like little, and I was like just barely the height, and I was definitely like still way too small. And so then like every time,
reality weren't big enough.
No, we'd go upside down, and then there's like still this big like 5-inch gap or something, like, and so I'd be like, fall to the armrest, and then plop back down into my seat.
I know that feeling. Yeah.
And then also it really made you feel like you're gonna die.
Yeah, that's scary.
I love it,
especially because of the like.
With the McDonald's app, you can get your favorite thing delivered to your door, so you can eat your favorite thing while you watch your favorite thing at home. Order McDelivery in the McDonald's app.
At participating McDonald's, delivery prices may be higher than at restaurants. Delivery and other fees may apply.
How fast everything's going as well. You're feeling all that G-force.
G-force.
And so we have gay force. So we have them essentially getting sent off to their doom. The ride takes off. It's going up like any other roller coaster does. It's very slow. They're climbing up to the ascent.
Frankie has his fucking camera
Frankie
out.
has his camera out.
Which I don't even get why. Like he's not going to be able to get.
It's going to be blurry.
Their boobs.
Yeah, it's blurry as well because everything's going fast. But we have them. This little we're seeing like the tracks. Like there's like a hydraulic line or something, some fluid that's coming out, and a little screw that's like come undone or something at some point.
Things that you probably don't want to see on a roller coaster. Fluid leaking, stuff like that.
Yeah, and then we get a really good view of the entire roller coaster as they're going up. It's huge and it's massive. I'm like, oh, I would not want to be on this roller coaster.
I was like, looks like fun.
But at this point, they're going up, and then once the roller coaster gets all the way to the top, we see that it like comes off of a chain or something, or the chain stops.
That's
the train to
normal.
track. That's normal?
Yeah.
Oh,
because
okay.
so basically the chain pulls you up, and then it releases you
and then
down, and then it's just the like force of everything coming down from that height and the like weight of the coaster that pulls you through, and then so it's like a push and pull of like velocity, and then
that's horrible.
Every time, like whenever you're going up to another big hill, it'll like catch you on another chain, pull you up really fast, drop you down again. The
there
first
are
drop
chains
is
throughout though.
Yeah,
and
occasionally.
They'll catch you.
Yeah,
gotcha to slow it down or something. Because I'm thinking even too, as this was, I was like, oh my god, they're off the chain because when they were like going through it, I'm like, I feel like this roller coaster is like going more fast than it probably should be going or something. It felt like it was going absurdly fast. I don't know.
Yeah, I think they're there to probably slow you down a bit, just so that way you're not hitting like ungodly levels of G's.
And then just like,
but then also to like help you make sure that the rest of it doesn't slow down again, because it has to get you up high enough. That's why the first drop is always the biggest.
Yeah.
So that way you get
all
lot
that
of
force behind you, all the energy. Yeah.
And then it'll pull you up again to get you through the rest of the ride.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's so scary.
I love it.
And so they're on it. They're going down. And this roller coaster is fast. I'm telling you, holy shit, this thing is going fast. We're kind of catching everybody's, it's their reaction of them going on a roller coaster. Like, woo, yay, screaming. And like, and terrifying. And like,
everyone's having a good time though. Except for Wendy.
What's his face? Frankie's got that camera. He's like trying to record everything. He's yelling at the girls at one point, yeah, show us your titties.
Yeah.
And he ends up dropping the camera,
like
and it ends
fucking
up
idiot,
wrapping around the roller coaster, like the rail, right? The track below them. And so they're coming on this loop and going down, and they end up hitting that camera, and everything just kind of essentially takes off from here.
Basically derails everything. The front half goes first. They basically just like go bye-bye.
Yeet
and
off.
then the second half, so like Jason, Carrie, gone.
Yeah.
And then the second half, so like Lewis and back basically, or the twins, not twins, the girls and back, Ashley's and back, is what's now still going through.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're just getting, as they're going through,
Brutal
like
deaths.
it's not slowing down
No.
at all. Basically, they're coming into this corkscrew thing, and that's when like Lewis gets fucking like
Yeeted off.
stabbed.
Yeah, because he gets thrown
Or he's,
off.
holding on
and
to.
then Kevin tries to hold on to him, but he gets hit by this like thing that flew off from earlier. We have then like blood getting all over Wendy and Kevin. They're freaking out. She's trying to hold Kevin, which I'm like, how is that even possible? How can she like hold him while they're going like this? And
That's
then
when
they end up
moms can lift cars.
getting stuck up there. That's whenever Ian and Aaron end up falling off. And then he does this thing where he's like, let's rock it. I'm like, why would you rock it?
Yeah.
If anything, I would try to like climb off of it and on top of like
the
coaster,
actual track, yeah.
because it was unstable.
Well, and also they weren't hanging by their hands like
Yeah.
Aaron and Ian were. And so like, yes, the blood's going to rush to your head, but
you could have just waited there.
You could have like waited that out a bit and then probably saved yourself. But of course,
they decide to rock it.
They
and
rock
it ends
it
up
and
going
send themselves back.
And which we saw earlier, that part of the track like popped up. So
Yeah.
when they're coming back, ends up like getting cut in half.
He does.
Because there was something sticking up. And then whenever she's going backwards, they hit that thing that was popped up, and it just like derails the entire last few carts that are hooked up, and she falls off and dies.
Yep.
And then we come to, and it was all a vision.
Yep, and
Just
we're
like
right
always.
back with her and her camera because she was trying to get a picture on the coaster before it started moving of like, for the yearbook. But then we're coming back to the guy's hand in front of her face saying like, hello, can't you read? No loose objects. And Kevin's like, oh, can I just put it in my pocket?
Yeah.
But of course, she rightly starts freaking out and basically saying like,
we're all going to crash. This is going to crash. There's going to be an accident.
yeah, we have to get off just like they all have.
Just like Flight 180.
Yep.
Just like Kimberly. It's happening again to Wendy.
Yep. And so then they get off basically the whole back half. So
Yeah.
Ashley's back. So that's saving Ashley. Let's say Ashley's
Frankie,
Lewis.
Two other people that we don't know just yet.
Yep.
But they're going to be there. And then Kevin
Ian and
Wendy.
Aaron.
Oh, Ian and Aaron, you're right. And Wendy.
Then Wendy and Kevin. Yep.
Which leaves Jason and Carrie
up
at the front still. They can't get off. And even Jason's like, hey, like, I got to get off. That's my girlfriend, because Lewis and Kevin ended up getting into a fight. And so they're all getting kicked off. And Jay wants to get off, but they won't let him.
Yeah, they had only opened the back half, which is, I don't really think that's a thing. I think
they all open.
They all
no,
open.
Nothing. Yeah.
Most of what I've always experienced in roller coasters. But I obviously haven't been to every single theme park in the world.
And so, yeah, they end
would
up
love to do that.
saying like, hi, ho, let's go. And the roller coaster takes off. And of course, they're getting kicked out, and she's still combating with them. And what happens? The roller coaster pops off.
Yep. They're like, basically they're like walking around and they're saying like, what's your home phone number? Like, we'll call your parents. And then, of course, as she's like in hysterics, everyone just...
Yeah.
It derails, and we watch it happen in
sad.
real time. And then we flash to the school.
And it's raining.
And I said, this
Sad
is why
vibes.
she turns evil and becomes a villain in Sky High.
Oh, yeah. I love that movie.
Me too. Classic.
I think Sky High came out the year before this, too. So she must have filmed them like back to back.
Nice. Good for her.
Yeah.
She did
and probably
look
after
the
this, she
exact
did
same.
Scott Pilgrim's versus the World. That she was going. She was getting booked.
I know. Yeah, she was the it girl of that time.
Yeah,
she was in a lot of things. Then.
Yeah, around that area. And you know who came the it girl right after her? Emma Stone. And then after Emma Stone, it was Jennifer Lawrence.
She
and
was
then
funny.
after her, I don't think there's been I think that's shifted. I don't think there's like Zendaya.
Oh, Zendaya has been in a lot.
Yeah. Anyways, all right. Yeah, it's raining. She's going back to school. She's obviously hasn't been here in a minute. She's just collecting her things. and it's giving like senior who like really finished everything and doesn't have to be like at school for the last like 2 weeks or so or whatever.
Even though also all of the lights were off.
Yeah, that was weird too as
but
well.
People were outside, so I was like, what?
Yeah, I didn't get it either. I couldn't tell what was going on.
Set the mood.
But she ends up seeing a memorial for all the students who died, her boyfriend. Vigil. She then sees a candle and like gets that weird vibe again, and the flame gets, blown out by a strange ominous wind.
And it was only one of the candles, too.
Yeah, not all of them.
So, yeah, she watched one singular candle flicker and then proceed to blow out. And then all the rest were lit. And so it was like, well, that's kind of weird.
Yeah.
And then does she go and throw Jason's picture away? Because she like clears everything from her locker. And I'm pretty sure she puts that shit right in the trash.
I think she does, too.
I was like,
yeah. I mean, she's grieving.
But he wouldn't throw his picture away.
I mean, I think she's probably just pissed off. She's probably angry at the world.
Yeah.
Her boyfriend's dead.
I feel like
she was pretty upset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like that would make me want to keep the picture more.
Maybe
be like,
she was too
nothing
hurt.
can ever happen to this photo.
Or she might have other ones, or maybe she was just trying to like put it away. Like it was too hard to look at the picture. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
she runs into Kevin.
And she's cutthroat with him.
Yeah. And Kevin basically comes up to her and he says, I made a promise to Jay that I would take care of you, because whenever Jay sent Kevin back to sit with her on the roller coaster, he says, take care of her for me or something, or like look out for her for me. And she says, you made a promise to Jay to look out for me on the ride for 3 minutes, not
the rest of life.
The rest of our lifetime.
You're off the hook, essentially.
Yeah. So stop worrying about me. Worry about yourself.
Yeah. And then she ends up walking away. She is going through a courtyard, essentially, it looks like, and walking and just letting the rain like just get her all mopped up and wet. I'm just like, girl, you look so sad.
You do.
Little
drowned rat.
The Ashleys come to like try to invite her to go tanning with them because they're gonna get ready for graduation or something like that.
As they walk off, they go, that was so nice of us.
Yeah, I know. Which I mean, honestly, it was kind of nice of them, but they're so vapid. Yeah. And we do hear like her sister was talking to her friends about her. She's essentially just like going through it.
Yeah.
She's taking it really hard. And they're all just like, oh my God, she's weird and depressed.
Yeah. Yeah. It was like, because she looked a little odd.
Yeah.
But then we also get Ian and Aaron sitting there, and Ian is coloring over the word McKinley, their high school, his name. And he's saying, why does my name have to be the same fucking as my, like, last name have to be the same as my high school?
Yeah.
Which, of course, it was like the goth emo kid who had the same name. Which is like mortifying, I feel like, for a goth emo high school kid.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
But yeah, so that was where we get his last name, though, because the McKinley becomes it
plays throughout the whole movie.
Yeah.
And then later on, or not later on, but we do have her walking off. She's trying to get in her car. And that's whenever Mr. Kevin comes up to her and he's like, what's happened to you is not the first time it's happened. It's happened to other people. He starts explaining to her literally, which is, I'm like, how does he have all this information?
Yeah. But, he's like, you're not alone. This has happened before.
This happened to Flight 180 and it happened to this one guy. And like he and his friends got, saved themselves. But then after they started dying, and then like you can intervene if you save someone else. And I'm like, what? Like what subreddit somewhere?
I know he had to have been on.
Has all of this information from like, because I'm like, I feel like only the people who would know about that are the people who are dead.
Yeah. Maybe who knows? Clear could have chronologicalized something or
made something for future people.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And I mean, maybe Kimberly did. We don't actually know what happens to Kimberly.
It's true.
That we only end with the arm getting blown off. So who knows? They could have. And yeah, he basically goes through all of it and tells her, he sums up real nicely what in the world's about to happen to them. And she's like, whatever, like, I don't believe you. And I was like, well, you're about to believe, because we flash to the tanning salon. We're about to get our first major death. I was honestly a little shocked watching this back. I didn't realize the tanning bed death was the first one.
I didn't remember it.
I remember it almost either. Well, I remembered, I clearly notated all of these deaths and mentioned them in other episodes. But yeah, I just was like, oh fuck, we're at the tanning bed scene already, because it's just so
the movie
horrifying.
Does move pretty fast.
It's
very fast. It feels like a short film.
I was, because it's an hour and 33 minutes. Whenever it was over, I was like,
oh, that's it.
Yeah, because I noticed we were starting to get towards the end, and I was like, wait, what? It's already been an hour and 33. It felt it was so fast.
It went by fast.
You like blink and it's over. Like it's good. It keeps you in. There's no downtime.
Yeah.
No downtime. No time to think about what the hell is happening. They like one person dies. Okay, we got to figure out the next death right now.
Because essentially it's all happening back to back to back within the same day. Because the other ones, at least there's like maybe even time, like weeks or days. It's over a span of time.
Death
ain't
got no time.
Yeah.
It's like, we playing catch up, bitch.
And
catch
so
up.
we have the girls tanning. Wendy is going through all of her stuff at home. She's noticing like all the pictures. Her sister comes in and is kind of being a bitch to her. But
I have Julie as a bitch.
Yeah. Well, her sister is a bitch. But she's being a bitch to her, and that's whenever Wendy is like, look, I just need your help. Like, I want you to come stay with me when I move out, all this stuff. They have this bonding moment.
Parents?
I think they do. Yeah. Because even Julie mentions their dad later on in the film.
Oh, okay.
They have parents, but I feel like maybe they
really
just
hands
aren't maybe they aren't close at all, whatever.
Mm.
It doesn't even seem like Julie and Wendy are that close at all anyways either.
No, it seems like they hate each other.
Yeah, it isn't until like Julie has to kind of like be super vulnerable or Wendy is super vulnerable with Julie, that Julie is kind of like, I will be there for you. Like it turns into this kind of mushy, like, okay, yeah, like we are sisters, we love each other. And she's like, you keep the bracelet. And she's like,
and I'll come get it for you when I visit.
Yeah. But I also loved how it's just like, it's very transactional, because even Julie's like, okay, well, as like your part, can I get the camera?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
I want to take pictures for graduation tonight since you're not going.
Yeah.
So graduation's going to be happening. And Julie, once she asked for the camera, Wendy's like, okay, well, let me charge it because it's probably like super dead.
Yeah. And so she's doing that. But as she's doing this, she's actually finally going through all the pictures that she took on the night of the carnival and senior night. And that's whenever she's realizing like she's getting all these little clues and hints that are making her feel like, oh, wait, something's about to happen to
Something's
Ashley.
wrong.
Yeah.
And of course, while like she's kind of unfolding that, we're flashing back and forth between the tanning bed and with the Ashleys and her. And so like the owner of the tanning salon is Yuri, I believe is his name. And he's on
he's
the phone.
He's not running his business well because he's on the phone and he's in and out because he only gets good reception outside of the building. And so I think that at this point, they've mentioned it, how it happens every time they're there. They already know what it's like. So they're just like, you know what?
We'll just serve
you handle
ourselves.
it and we'll do it ourselves. Yeah.
We know we've done this 1,000 times before. We can do it. But of course, they make some fatal mistakes, as in locking the front door and saying, be back in 30 minutes because they don't want anyone to walk in on them naked, which is like, okay, I understand.
But still. And then he also tells them to get rid of their drinks. And when Ashley one pretends to throw away both of them, but doesn't throw away the other one.
Yeah, she keeps one of them. And then, of course, the first time he used something more solid to prop the door, but the second time he uses a bottle of suntan lotion. And it's gonna all...
You can already tell, like, this is a perfect concoction for death.
Death, exactly. And then basically, like... we flash kind of back to Wendy as she's looking through and she sees the photos of the Ashleys and is like, uh-oh. And then she sees the photo that shows Jason's death. Basically, he's posing in front of... I feel like it's probably one of the most iconic photos from the film. I feel like it's on most of the like little thumbnails and stuff, but it's Jason posing in front of
the devil's behind him as well.
And then there's just this perfect little beam of light shining on a part of the track, and that was the track where the coaster lost control. So she's like, oh wait, something's happening. It cues her in, like, I saw how Jason was basically going to die. It showed me right here.
And so she looks at the Ashley's photos.
Yep. And then we get back to the tanning room. And of course, one of the Ashleys is cold. Brunette Ashley is cold. And she's like, let's turn up the AC. And then blonde Ashley sets her drink down, which is always bad.
And we see like to this little high voltage, like wiring system, whatever it is, that says shouldn't exceed 250. So obviously we know this is going to go over 250.
Yeah, it's got to.
Yeah, so all
and
these
they're looking
things
for
are going bad.
CDs.
And they diss Britney.
I know. I put Celine Britney and I was like, gasp. I mean, at that time she was going through
2006. Yeah, that's why I was like, that's why everybody was bashing Britney at that time.
Leave Britney alone.
Yeah, for real.
And but then she pulls the shelf a bit loose there.
That's right.
Which is gonna be bad. Now, tanning salons, this was like a goof tanning salons are not allowed to have any hanging racks above the beds for reasons like this. Like even at that time, that was like a law. Like that can't be a thing. I didn't either because I don't tan.
Gotcha.
Until reading some fun facts on IMDb.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, so they fit like legally. This could not be a situation you could be in. Also, that no one's going to leave their business unattended.
Yeah,
like
that's
that.
true. And
but
so
yeah,
they end up getting naked, undressed. We have some boobies out. And
5 out of 10.
That's whenever.
Oh, I mean 5 out of 5.
They were nice boobs.
They were.
They had nice bodies, and so they end up getting into the what do they call it? The machines, the beds,
the tanning
beds.
And
at that point, we do have them. We find out what song they chose, and it. Roller Coaster of Love. I don't know who it's by, but I know
everyone
I've heard it
knows
before.
the
Everyone,
song.
Roller Coaster. Bow, bow, long. Oh wait, of love, right? There we go. And so that's whenever they're just like bobbing their little feet. They're enjoying.
they're having a good time.
They really
they're
are.
just dancing with their little tibbies out in the bed.
They really are. This is like a good time for them.
And it was so funny to me that they like shit on Celine and Brittany, but then they're like, "This is my jam."
Yeah. Well, and then they were like, "Are we the only people that come to tan at this place?"
Yeah.
But yeah, they it's an oldie but a goodie. They're taking it back.
And we had also already seen Yuri get locked out as well.
That's true.
The tube has been depleted.
So he's out there. He wouldn't be able to get back in. Wendy is getting all these vibes. She calls or tries to call whatchamacallit Ashley, but it's not. She doesn't pick up.
Yeah.
I think before that, my bad, her sister tried to come back into the camera. She's like, I just need a moment.
Yeah.
Can you not?
Leave me alone.
Yeah. And so that's whenever we do have her even saying on the phone on the voicemail, she's like, I'm sorry, it's too late.
Yeah.
And the girls are literally baking because the tree thing falls, like this fake little plant falls and the shells fall in and they get
the drink
locked
has
in.
been sweating.
Yeah, it's true.
Falls right onto that machine, that VAC or whatever. And
high voltage.
We saw that it should never be above 250. It's steadily creeping from 230. The AC temp is also
going up,
rising.
Everything's happening.
It's at 305 at this point, and then that's when the AC kicks on and knocks the wobbly coat hanger rack over onto the tree, and then the tree falls onto the CD rack, knocking that down, which successfully locks them in because it's just long enough of a shelf to basically get caught in the tanning bed doors and seal them in. We're at 350, like a solid 100 over what it should be now on the VAC, and their skin is bubbling. Like they're getting,
at this point they're just like going through it because of course they started noticing it was getting too hot. They can't get out. It gets so hot that like the glass breaks inside the tanning beds, and they just like are just
fall into
on the pure lights. Yeah, they fall into the light.
I can't
and
even
then they catch on
imagine
fire.
that pain, like having your skin being burned to lesions and
literally
then
like an oven.
having get cut open.
Yeah.
Oh God. And then then they're just on fire and they're burning to death.
Like rotisserie chickens.
Yep. And then it has this beautiful shot. This is I remembered this shot like from rewatching it. Like I knew it was going to happen again. And I was like, I remember thinking it even the first time I watched it, I was like, that was such a cool shot.
Aerial?
Yeah. The aerial of the two tanning beds as
just
it
on fire.
transitions to the two coffins. I was like,
oh, I get what you mean.
that's nice.
Okay.
That was a good transition.
Yeah.
I loved it.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we're at the funeral. Mr. McKinley isn't having it because the person who's giving the eulogy is like talking about something about luck or.
It says we're all equal in death's eyes.
That's right.
And he says equal in death's eyes. All of us? How can you say that? Dude, think it through. Charlie Manson made it to 70. Osama still kicking. Pimps, vice president walking around. All the atrocities they've committed. They're alive and well. These two girls never done shit to anybody. They don't get to make it to 18. Where's the fucking equality in that?
Yeah.
That's what he says.
And then of course Louis has to like escort him off. I'm like, there's a time and place, man. But
I know,
yeah,
I was like,
I get it though.
The man's just trying to say some things to make some people feel better, dude.
Right.
Like, also, were you that close to them?
I don't
If
think
it
so.
was Aaron's funeral, I would have maybe understood a little bit more.
Yeah.
But I was like, this seems like a really outrageous kind of outburst for him to
It
be
does.
having at their funeral.
But we do have then Kevin, after it's all over, walking away with Louis, whatever. We get him having a call, and it's from Wendy, and she's like, I'm with Jay.
I lost it.
I laughed.
I cracked up.
Because he just turns around, and she's literally like
just sitting
10 feet away.
on the ground in Texas.
Not
I'm
even
with
a
Jay.
yeah.
I thought
yeah.
like that could be like she's about to like, go be with Jay. What does this mean?
Yeah.
Like, not hello.
I just thought
no
it was
hey.
so funny that like she could have just been like, hey.
It's like the pine cone and ugly sweater
literally,
party.
Literally like that. She was right there. She was so close. She's just like ominous on the phone. I'm with Jay. Anyways, he walks over. She's at his tombstone essentially, and they're just talking about death and what she's been feeling, and it's essentially the whole conversation with Alex from Final Destination 1, where he's just like between Claire and him, and he's just like, I just feel this feeling like it's not over and death is after us. And
It feels like this presence, like a living presence that's always with me. It's just surrounding her.
to where they on cue the leaves and air starts swirling around her and them.
Because they were talking about wanting to feel like Jay's presence or Carrie's presence. And
That's right.
He was like, well, do you think it's Jay? And she said, no, this is the opposite of Jay. It's cold and terrifying. Like, this is nothing like how he made me feel.
Yeah.
And that's, the wind. And that's some, I was like, that's some like helicopter landing or some shit, like kind of wind. It
There's
was
something
strong.
else. Yeah. It's death. And so that's whenever we do have them talking about the Flight 180.
But I love how she just
going
turns
to-
around and whips out Abe's picture, Abe
Oh, yeah.
Lincoln's photo. I was like, what the fuck
What
does Abe
even?
got to do with this?
And so he's a vampire slayer. And so they do have, he's like, when's the last time you ate? And so she doesn't even remember. So they're going to go get food. They're looking, and she's giving him information about, the pictures and the connections to Flight 180 and all that stuff.
The Abe photo had like a glass crack right up over his head. And it was the last like photo plate of him ever taken. And it basically shows exactly where he was shot.
Yeah.
The 9/11.
Oh, yeah,
We see
and
the
the
shadow on the
on
the Twin Towers, and I guess it was like about where it hit.
It's basically trying to give power to like how the photos have a lot of power in this film.
Yes, it's really leaning into that. The 180 road crash, basically. And then that's when she shows him all the photos from that night predicting their death.
And he almost hits someone because he's being distracted as he's driving down the hill on the road.
Because they're like, she's trying to show him the pictures while driving. And it's like, not the time, especially with how hilly of an area that is too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it almost takes out. He is what causes it, basically, because I believe it's that same semi that comes barreling down the hill later.
Just like all the other movies, they
Or
usually
moving
are
truck.
connected to what's happening.
Yeah.
Somehow inadvertently causing their own deaths.
But then this is where they figure out, like, okay, Frankie's going to be next. And then they're looking at the photo and
to try to get some
he's
clues.
like, he's going to fall off a ladder. It's a rope ladder. Is he going to die? And they're like, the mud flap girl, maybe it'll have an 18-wheeler or something, which was kind of it.
It was kind of it. I did also like how like the 18-wheeler was moving behind them, and you could see that it said "drink responsibly," which is a calling back to number 2.
Yeah, I was like, is that the same beer truck? I think it was the same beer logo and everything.
Maybe.
I think it was the same exact truck.
It could be.
Because whenever I was like, is that the same beer truck? I think it's the same.
Like brand?
The brand looked the same, everything with the drink responsibly, like the font and everything.
It could be.
Which
In
would be
the,
really cool if they...
Final Destination cinematic universe.
Yeah, it'd be really cool if they brought that back. I didn't fact check it, but it felt like the same truck.
We'll go with it.
Yeah.
And so when they're in the drive-through, they end up getting like pinned essentially into the side because they can't get out because this fucking truck is just too close to them. The drink responsibly truck.
Or the drink responsibly.
And so, which I also was thinking like, why is this truck even like parking here in the middle of the road like that? Anyways, they're there. They're stuck.
Well, if there was that same guy.
Them.
He was drinking and driving whenever we saw him in the second one, so maybe he's drinking and driving now.
It's true. And there's a little compact SUV behind them, so they're stuck, and there's someone in front of them, and they're trying to figure it out. That's when we do see that the freaking truck that was up the hill that they almost hit earlier is like coming down. It's not a truck, it's like a delivery truck.
Yeah, it was like a moving, like a U-Haul.
Yeah, like that. And so it's coming down real fast. There's no driver in it. They see it. She's freaking out. They're trying to get out of the car. They only essentially narrowly get out because he kicks his own glass, windshield out, and they have to get out of it. But and the whole time I was thinking they honked at the person in front of them, and he flipped them off, and I'm already thinking this is Frankie in front of them.
I know, and I was also a little bit how do you not know what Frankie drives?
Well, it was mentioned earlier he graduated 2 years before
prior,
them.
yeah.
So they might not know what he drives.
True.
They just know him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it seemed pretty clear, but
I
from
also
us
did
at the
think
outside perspective,
I also thought that
it's this is clearly Frankie in front of y'all. But yeah, they get out just in time, so close. And of course, the other car backed up. The truck crashes into Kevin's car, sending the motor up and through into Frankie's head.
Yeah.
And we get the fan of the motor
chopping him up.
Yes. And the way that the brains hit the ground, that sound was
squelching.
It was bad. I mean, it was really good.
Yeah,
it was really well done.
But it's gross.
It made me want to throw up.
Yeah. And they end up seeing his chain on the floor with the little mud flap woman, and they're like, oh shit. And they look up, and his head just
yeah,
because it's not done yet. The fan
moves a little bit more, releasing his head.
I was down to talk to my doctor about Rybelsus.
You may pay as little as $10 per prescription.
And they're like, oh God, it's Frankie. And they're covered in his
guts.
It's pretty rough.
And he was dead. The motherfucker died.
Yeah, he
horribly.
really is.
Instantly, though. That's instant.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So
You're not feeling
I don't think he felt any pain.
Much of that.
Yeah.
And then we kind of flash to them, they're getting a triage.
They're talking behind the ER truck kind of thing. Yeah.
And they're still covered in his brains. Her leg was ugh, it was all down her leg, and I was like, ugh.
And like you said earlier, there's no stopping in this movie because they're looking at the photos again.
Yep. And Kevin's basically saying Wilfer, one of them said I don't want to look at it.
Yeah.
And
that's true.
the other one said willful ignorance is surrendering control. I don't know why I couldn't say the word willful. What the hell?
Willful.
Wilfred. But then this is where they're looking at the photos again, and this is where he says I was going to ask Carrie to marry me.
Yeah,
I was just waiting till after graduation. And that's when I was like, ooh,
she kind of looks at him funny because she's like, ooh, if only you knew what I knew.
Up with you, but we're not going to bring it up.
Nope.
And then this is where they come across yet another pphoto with Frankie, and it was the one that they took up the girl's skirt.
Yeah. And they see he's in it. And
in the background.
There's a fan behind him.
Yep. Blurred, it's moving real fast right behind his head.
Because at first they were thinking wait, he didn't die with the truck. So how, what? But so this tied it up even more. They're like, okay, we were looking at the wrong photo.
Two photos basically kind of leaned into it.
That's true. Yeah.
Well, I guess the other photo didn't show what he won. It just showed how he won it.
Yeah.
That was an artistic approach that Death took.
For real.
But
they do notice that Lewis is next.
Yes. And they see that it looks like because she got a photo of him with that mallet and bell game. Strength tester, and it looks like the weight is kind of coming down on his head.
Yeah. And then there's a game thing behind him, and it's called or something I don't know what it is, but it's the Sultan something.
Yeah. And it's got this guy with two little swords,
blades. Yeah. And so essentially they are they know that he is at some workout summit or lifting competition. I don't know what he's doing.
It was like a camp for football.
Yeah.
Basically. And it was just making them get, more beefcaked or whatever. And of course we flashed to there, and it was at the Sultan.
Yeah.
The team's name was the Sultans.
Their mascot was the Sultans or something that. Yeah.
And so of course they have this plaque that's got the same two swords, type of swords.
From the photo.
Overlapping, saying what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, which is also a phrase we already heard earlier in the film.
Yep.
I believe Kevin said it as they were talking about getting onto Devil's Flight the first time before they even went to eat.
Also a really good song by Kelly Clarkson.
It's true.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Cannot hear that phrase and not sing that song in my head.
I'm already hearing it. The little
I saw you dancing, and then
mm-hmm.
my brain was like, yeah, sing along.
Yeah. And so we do have heard, and Kevin, I keep wanting to call him Ian, but Kevin, Ian's the other dude, trying to talk to Lewis, and they're trying to like convince him like that death is after him and he needs to be careful.
And Kevin's like spitting straight facts.
Oh yeah, sure.
And
is.
then Lewis is having none of it.
He's being
like,
super stubborn.
Yo, 3 people have fucking died.
He's giving what we've had at least to the character in the first one. I forget that dude who died in Paris with the sign. Who was at first Carter being very like, nah, I'll die whenever I want to die.
Yeah.
And then
I die on my own terms.
Final Destination 2,
Motorcycle Man.
Eugene, yeah, who was also very like stubborn at the first.
I am so shocked at my memory.
Yeah. I didn't even remember their names.
Never happens. I can't even remember our own live show time.
Yay. And so that's whenever we do have what's his face, Lewis, just going on and on about how like he'll die on his own terms and death doesn't scare him. And all around him we have like all these guys like lifting and grunting. We have these really heavy weights, and we see
big
like,
old stuffed bear.
Yeah,
but they've already kind of punched and they're like, fuck the Bruins. Fuck,
yeah,
what even is a Bruin anyway? And it's like, that's a bear.
And we have this other dude Wendy notices that this dude plugs in a radio, but there's like water next to it. So like, there's all these things that are like he could die by all these different reasons.
And that also kind of felt like a callback maybe to the first one. I didn't think of that until right now, but with how what's his face
with the radio, and the water.
I don't remember his name now.
Who died? Todd. Yeah.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah.
But yeah, and she's feeling very much kind of like she was at the night of the carnival. She's very scared, on edge again, looking over her shoulder. Everything feels like a clue. And
it all is.
It is.
Because then we have
perfect chain of events.
Like this dude dropping some weights the wrong way, and then something else flies like a little.
Yeah, he like hits the bear. The bear's nail goes flying, which hits the swords, and then it cuts the cords of the weights. But like, of course, we're like watching all this happen, and it's like, oh, and then so Lewis, of course, thinks he's survived.
Yeah, because he doesn't die.
He's like, oh, I didn't.
I'm not leaving until I have a barrel full of Nazi hearts.
Try not to be greedy.
The Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare.
See, death can't get me. I'm kind of like what's his face in the first one. Like I'm invincible. Like you're not gonna kill me. And then he goes to do the weight thingy again, and then
his head just gets smushed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The cord that
brutal.
was connecting the weights, like, or keeping
It's
them
gone,
together. Yeah.
And so it just took him moving it and
smashed his head, and that was
and it gets splattered all over once again. Miss Wendy and Kevin, they get so much guts on them throughout this whole movie.
They really do.
Yeah. And obviously, like anybody else, they end up, getting checked out again by the the ER and all that. They're like, I think they have different set of clothes on. Yeah. And at this point, Wendy's freaked out, right?
Yeah, she's like, why me? Why is this happening to me? Like, did I do something to deserve this? Because like, honestly, I would really love for this to not be me.
Yeah. Because I think at this point too, she's like, did I do something? Like, did I cause it? Yeah.
Yeah. She's feeling like really guilty, I think.
Survivor's
and then
guilt.
also just
freaked out,
like over it. Yeah. And terrified.
Yeah.
I would be too. And then this is where we flash to Aaron and Ian
and
in
they're
our
at
department
work,
store.
the Home Depot.
Home Depot, yeah.
He's shooting birds with a nail gun, which is not cool.
I know.
Poor birds, but apparently
Poor
the pigeons keep
piggins.
causing piggins.
But then it was a nice
That's my
callback to
piggins.
piggins. Yeah.
That's true. Oh my gosh, I didn't even think about that.
And then he's also on kind of like a forklift thing that was kind of what like went awry to drop. And his death is kind of similar to that kid's.
Oh, which
like
kid?
Ian's death is similar to that being smushed. How the kid gets flattened by the
the glass thing.
Yeah, but
yeah, that's true. I didn't even think about that, and that happens later on.
Yeah,
I like that. Yeah. It also kind of the scene of them in the field where the festival happens in the third act of this movie reminds me of the field in the second one. Whenever dude got sliced with the fence.
Oh
and
yeah,
all that,
yeah.
Kind of those. Like,
yes, where it was just like back to back to back.
Yeah,
Shit's hitting the fan.
Yeah. But
it's like we got a lot of deaths to knock out right now.
We do, and so. They're at work. They call each other Pip and something else. I don't know.
Pip and Zip, I think.
Yeah.
I didn't actually write it down.
Over the walkies.
But I was like, what?
Yeah. And so we have Wendy scaring.
Oh,
Wendy
and she says,
scaring.
She says, these pinhead customers can't put anything back. And I was like, ooh, girl, you're about to be the pinhead.
You are. Oh, that's true. And so we do have
like
Wendy
Hellraiser.
and Kevin showing up. It is. And she scares Miss Erin. And she then calls over McKinley because she's like, you got to listen to this. And so.
And he's like fucking with the lights.
Mhm.
So at first
He's
we're
being a
like,
dick.
oh no, God, what's happening? And he's like, ooh. And
Yeah.
I was like, fuck you, dude.
And so they won't listen. Essentially, they both are kind of thinking it's bullshit.
Saying like, oh yeah, actually, because they're trying to ask them like who was sitting behind them. And so they were like, it was this man in a cloak. And they actually confiscated his scythe or his little sword thing kind of thing. So like basically saying it was like
Death.
the Reaper, death behind them. And, they're just being assholes. And then basically they're saying that like death is a force. It's a transferred energy kind of thing. And then all the while we're seeing wind blow the chimes, but nothing is,
Nothing's really
there should be
happening.
no wind in the store.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Nothing's really happening.
Yeah.
But then as Ian is up on the forklift thing, Wendy starts putting two and two together. She sees a similar flag type of a banner that was behind him, which said the way it said skill in the
but
photo,
it looked like kill.
but it looked like kill. And then it's like on those little, I don't know, it gave very Renaissance Festival kind of banner pennants. And then that's when they're like kind of like, oh God, and they freak him out.
Yeah.
And he like kind of low-key crashes the
because
forklift.
Kevin was saying something like, be
Watch
careful
out for those
with this-"
boxes.
Yeah. And he's like, why would I watch out for those boxes? They weren't doing anything. He's like, they were about to fall. And so they're essentially trying to get across that like, y'all are making yourselves crazy. Like nothing's even after us. There's nothing after us. You're just whatever, cuckoo.
Yeah.
Because I guess that they're, like we said, physics, nerds. So they're all about logic. So they're just like, this is much hoopla.
Yeah.
And they're also saying like, we're organisms. We were meant to die. We will die. And like, it'll happen to all of us.
Yeah.
And so while this is happening, another forklift accidentally gets like turned on.
Yeah, because while he's up there, some nails fall, and then Erin picks him up with the little magnet thing that gets all the nails up, and she puts it down, but then it accidentally connects to one of the chains that are on like a pulley system, and the chain goes down, and then it just like perfectly sets like this chain of events in motion, which makes the other forklift start driving.
That's right.
And then of course now he...
Ahora puedes cambiarte Spectrum Móvil ilimitado por solo $15 cada línea.
Con Spectrum Móvil nos vamos a ahorrar más de $1,400.
Además incluye 5G en todo el país.
Cámbiate ya a nuestra mejor oferta en servicio móvil.
Ian is operating a skill saw, which felt very much a tie-in to the skill of the photo with the kill. And so then, because while we were watching this, Andrew was like, how the fuck do they not hear that? And I was like, I was thinking that too, but with that skill saw going, you probably can't hear shit. But then the skill saw does eventually stop. And so I'm like, y'all gotta hear this motherfucker just like driving over all this merchandise.
Literally. Like if it wasn't death, they would like be fired the next morning. And so essentially, that's whenever we do have it setting off like all those, what are those, windshield wiper fluid? I don't know what it is. Stuff starts getting like squished and like liquid getting all over the place, until it bumps all the way across to the next like aisle, whatever it is, those things called. Yeah, an aisle, cabinet, files. Well, because the aisle is what you walk through.
Yeah,
what's the stuff? The shelving?
The end cap?
The end cap of all the shelving and stuff. And so it then becomes like a domino effect because all those stakes fall off the top.
Yeah.
Kevin does save Ian, and he like jumps at him and they go right next to it, but then everything else starts falling over, and it's just like basically avoiding everything falling off of the top shelves.
Because it's a lot of shit coming
literally
down.
For like literally 4 sections.
Yeah.
And then
you're getting just sheets and sheets of
sheetrock, I think, falling on them and stuff.
Or plywood, and then those stakes, everything's coming down. Not things you want to land on you.
But they end up being okay, but then it ends up getting all the way to Erin, and then Erin slips and then falls backwards to where she knocks her head up against to where the nail gun was, and her head just starts getting ding, 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 ding.
And her hand is like stuck to her face, and I love this scene.
Oh yeah, I know you said that. Yeah.
that she makes.
And then they're all just like screaming and looking at her. And I never remembered it being so graphic.
Yeah.
Maybe because I've only seen this maybe I'd seen it on TV before. I don't know. So they cut away pretty fast.
Oh, yeah, they could have.
It lingers so much on her face.
It really shows you.
Yeah.
That's what, every time I pick up a nail gun, I think of the scene. Or like a staple gun,
like you
anything.
Put it through your own face and see what that's like.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then all before this too, I feel like this kind of, like before the chain of events happens, basically Ian saying that the action we take may have an opposite reaction and thwarts death plan. Like basically saying like the law of motion, every like action has an equal and opposite reaction. And he says, so maybe if we just, the last in line should kill themselves, and then, we won't really have any of this to happen, so we already kind of get this like bad grudge from Ian to Wendy.
Towards Wendy.
Yeah.
And I like how that ties in this one where they're like, well, if the last one kills themselves, everything is set up. Like fixes itself. This is how we defeat death. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because now we've just skipped all of those deaths.
And in every movie, there's some like, in the first one, it was like, if you save someone, it does this and that. I don't know. And then the second one, it was like, Kimberly, what if there was new life, if a baby was born, which obviously it never fixes anything, but there's always some kind of something where they, throughout the movie, believe if we do this, we'll escape it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like a little thread of hope that is not real.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so basically, then we flash to them getting out of
the police station.
Yeah. And rightly so, because I would probably
They're
be
linked
questioning
to every
these
murder.
Twins or this couple of
death,
people as well. And then
I do like how they didn't like really hone in on it too much though. Like in the first one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because I felt like it gave more air to breathe for us to follow along the main characters as opposed to like having to spend time like in a jail cell and this and like having to explain what's going on, even though we know that these people won't believe. And I think even though like, we've done it twice before, nobody's going to believe them.
Yeah.
So why waste any time on them?
Yeah. We know no one believes them.
Because we did infer them
They don't even believe themselves, really.
Yeah. And then the cops come showing up later on anyways in the third act. And it doesn't even have to be mentioned, but we already know like they're looking for Wendy because they think like there's some suspicious shit going on. Yeah.
And she's showing up.
She's suspect number one.
Exactly. And then so basically as they're saying their little goodbyes because
they have to separate for a few hours.
Yeah. And she's like, I'm not going to be able to rest anyways. I'm going to be just so nervous until I know you're okay, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then he was like, it's only a few hours. And I was like, y'all just talked about how only a few hours the next people could be dead.
Yeah.
But then he brings up why we don't even like each other, because that was a little line that she had said to him earlier. But we see Ian sitting in his van in the parking lot.
He's being weird.
Yep. And he's watching her.
Yeah. She ends up being asleep at home. Like falling asleep at the computer. Julie comes in to like try to talk to her, but she ends up seeing that she's asleep, so she takes her bracelet and leaves. And her sister wakes up, Miss Wendy, and that's when she gets on the computer and she notices that in one of the pictures that had the one that she took where someone did the hand in front of the camera, she zooms in and she notices that it's
the same charm bracelet.
So the person that they've been trying to find out who has been behind Frankie, behind Ian and what's her face, was her sister the whole time.
Yep. And then likely one of her, Amber or Penny, were probably with her.
Yeah.
And then she goes to her photo and she's on the phone with Kevin, basically like saying,
trying to explain.
Yeah. And she says, my photo's just black. It has Jay's face. And then she was like, but there's just a black backdrop. But then she goes, well, McKinley. My shirt says McKinley, aka Ian.
Yeah.
And then
his clue for his picture is that it's like overexposed with his face, like as if a firework went off in his face.
Yeah. And he's like kind of grimacing a bit. And then so she's driving to the
festival
thing.
Is,
yeah. Tricentennial thing. And then we get our classic song that's got to let you know when things are going bad. It's our John Denver.
Yeah.
And it's such a fucking creepy song.
The one that someone's behind you.
There is someone walking behind you. Turn around. Look at me.
I didn't even know that was John Denver as well.
Well, I don't think it is John Denver.
Oh, but it's like what this version of this. Yeah. I get you.
But it's fucking creepy.
Yeah.
And it kind of also reminded me of Urban Legends with the turn around.
Oh, yeah.
Every now and then. And basically it's telling you to turn around.
Yeah.
Because her radio haywires.
Yeah.
She looks in her rearview mirror. Ian is tailing her.
Yeah.
Rather aggressively. And it's a fucking creepy song. She almost hits a black wolf.
She does, which is
was
weird.
like, what? Okay.
It's kind of like an extra, like, what? But yeah.
It's like just throwing a, you know, it's like, oh, this is a bad sign.
Yeah, maybe like a bad omen.
Yeah.
And so we do have Julie arriving to the festival. Ian sees her, and so he's trying to like also be vigilant, like around himself, because he's like trying not to like get die, and he's like trying to stop people from doing the like sparklers too close. What?
I just came up with the most bizarre theory.
Okay.
What if this is all tied to Bagul?
Oh.
Because remember, there was like a snake, the scorpion,
and a wolf,
and a black dog that symbolized Bagul, and this is all taking place through photos.
Oh yeah. If they only had the scorpion and the
they could have been little hidden gems.
That's true.
It's not all tied to Bagul, but that's when my brain was like,
that'd be
Bagul
cool.
is here.
He's in everything. And so please don't bring up Bagul.
I know, I'm sorry.
And so we have them, he's trying to be vigilant and like making sure that nobody's doing something stupid to cause a stupid accident to happen, like those little kids and all that stuff.
Fireworks. And
Yeah.
Ben Franklin's like, now let us hope for some lightning. And he's like, fuck you, Ben Franklin.
Yeah. And he tries to talk to Julie, but she's like not paying attention to him, and she's trying to flirt with these boys, and he tries to like put his hands on her to like get her attention, like, you're coming with me, and she ends up running away from him.
Yeah, so dramatic.
Yeah,
and
when she has to try to follow her, he like pushes some boys out of the way.
And we also saw like this cannonball that kind of goes rolling, because basically these two guys, they're like, okay, well, we need to get away from the fireworks as well. So they kind of dip. They leave the cannon unattended, which doesn't seem super safe.
No.
But the little thingy that goes inside the cannon hole like fell over, knocks one of the cannonballs over, goes rolling, knocking the cart props over. So we already see that one of the carts holding the fireworks is completely unstable.
Yeah. And at this point, we do see the cop showed up, and it seems like they're looking for Wendy.
Yeah.
And Wendy is searching for her sister. And the crowd is like kind of mixing up. And at this point, like the lights dim, and like it's showtime, and like they're about to do the whole fireworks show. So everybody's kind of like gathering around. And Kevin is still trying to find or trying to get to Julie. And we do have these little like dickheads, yeah, basically. I said meh, yeah, the dicks scare the horse with like these little what are they called? Firecrackers, yeah.
And we had already like this horse was like clearly spooked already.
Yeah.
And
the horse shouldn't be here if there's gonna be fireworks.
Yeah, it shouldn't. And then they just set the fucking firecrackers off like right next to the horse's feet.
And so it scares, and it starts taking off, and it starts hitting people immediately.
Yeah, it really does. And it breaks free, and like it was tied to the ground with this like wooden stake, but it yanks that stake right out of the ground.
Yeah.
And so this horse is like charging full speed with this, you know, probably
stake.
20 feet of rope behind it with this giant wooden stake on it. Very
dangerous.
Perfect death trap.
Yeah, for anybody, not just them, but especially for them. And so as soon as Kevin can get up like Julie's attention, he finally fucking stops, and she's like, I'm trying to save your life, essentially. The horse comes, he pushes her out the way, but not enough, because the rope with the stake comes and wraps around her neck and starts dragging her.
Yeah. Which is just, ooh.
Yeah, which is pretty brutal, 'cause she's just getting drugged like through the mud, essentially, literally.
While having a rope tied around her throat.
So she's getting strangled.
Yeah.
Which used to happen. Yeah. To people getting killed like that. It's horrible. Not a good way to go. And so she ends up essentially getting saved by Kevin once again, because he gets a knife, right? Or a blade, something.
He has it.
Cuts
right
the
before
rope.
it gets to whatever that. It's some sort of farming
that
tool.
It tills the dirt and
got
stuff.
a fuck ton of spikes in it, and her head was about to go through it.
Yeah, so he saves her
cuts
just
it
in time. And that's whenever Wendy,
they're basically yelling at her like, who is sitting next to you? Who is sitting next to you? And they were like, what?
And it just kind of looks at Penny or Julie. We don't know, or Penny or whatever, Amber. But one of them gets up and we're like, oh, it was her. And a stake goes through her.
Yeah, because one of the, like a skewer hit the propane when the horse was running by, like hit the propane like fuse, and basically it explodes. And then that's what sent that through her. Yep. And then now we get Ian showing up.
We do.
And he's kind of stalking them. And they're like, just, you stay away. Like, we already, we saved someone, so it skipped you, like, these people. And so now it's my turn. And, like, if you just stay away, then we can skip this all.
You'll save my life. And he's being a dick. And he's just, like, yelling.
Do I cause your death?
Yeah.
Just like you cause Aaron's?
Yeah.
And I was like,
he's being really cynical. And he's basically saying, well, I don't have to worry about anything because it skipped me and I survived.
I'm not dying.
I
Famous
can do
last
anything.
words.
Yeah. And we do have these fireworks that end up going off and they shoot like right past him, just enough for him to be like, ha ha ha. And it's another Lewis moment where he's like escaped it. But then the sign gets like let loose on top of him and it comes down crushing him just like it did to the boy.
Yeah, but this time cuts him in half.
Yeah.
And you get a nice little like
shot
twitching of his body
all there. They just watched him all like being severed.
And then it fades to white as they're covered in blood again. And it 5 months later on the subway.
And that's
right.
how it ends.
Roll the credits. Yep.
No, but it's 5 months later, and we have Wendy on the train. She's obviously talking to some new friends, and that's whenever we have them. They're gonna go to this next stop, but we have the song getting played. There's someone behind you, and so she's getting all these weird feelings. She ends up
she
seeing
gets the wind on the subway, like
where there's not supposed to be wind. She ends up seeing there. It was train cart like 081
was the subway car.
It gets reflected in the mirror and it's train 180
in the mirror,
and she sees all the ads that are on the train, and
it's basically for all the deaths that
where
happened.
the people died at.
Tanning beds, the hardware store, everything.
And so we do have Tony
no escaping death and taxes.
Yeah. And there's Tony Todd's voice coming on over again, and it's the same stuff that was said over the Devil's Flight.
Next stop is the end of the line, basically. And then she's like, I could use some air. Let's get off at Booth, which I wonder if it's Booth, like John Wilkes Booth. Yeah.
Because of Lincoln?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Just to tie that in. And so that's whenever she wants to get off, but her sister ends up coming onto the train. So Kawinka Dink, I don't think.
Nope.
Sure
doesn't, because of course she can't get off. And the guys who blocked her from getting off dropped this candy bar, and then the little rat comes to get the candy bar, which is gonna set everything in motion.
Yep.
And then it was like, oh, good, they're both here, killing both of them in one stroke.
Yeah, shit, Julie's here, and so she wants to introduce Julie and to her friends. And as soon as she goes to introduce her to her friends, that's whenever she notices that Kevin's on the fucking train.
Yep, because she was saying like her sister was trying to calm her down, saying like you don't have to really worry about anything until
we went over it.
Like Kevin, like I just saw Kevin, he was fine. You don't really have to worry about anything until he's like dead too.
Yeah.
Basically, and then cue Kevin sitting there,
and it's
too perfect,
orchestrated even as well, because the sister was like, yeah, Dad's car died out of nowhere, and so I just ended up taking a train. So it's kind of like all these other things happen too to get them in the same spot.
Yeah, to put them there all at the same time. And then we basically see the track switches because of the rat eating the candy bar. It like does something,
it's like
makes
a 1, 2,
it haywire,
3. Yeah.
And derails the train.
Yeah.
Julie,
and because we have everybody dying. Julie gets fucking murdered by
some flying shrapnel.
Yeah, just
takes
getting
her
thrown.
out.
Yeah, and then we have Kevin dying, like going sucked out of the train cart, and then we have Miss Wendy. She's like an only survivor, but then there's another train coming, almost like Kimberly with that other truck semi coming, and then she comes out and it's another fucking vision. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, not again.
It felt like it would have been the ending, because it like you see her sitting there, like she can't get up, she has a broken leg, like bone sticking through the leg probably, and she's completely stuck, and just goes nice bright white light, and then we're back, and she's talking to Kevin again,
and she's got a tear in her eye,
and she says it's like that night,
and he's like, oh my god, and they're like, not again, and then it just fades to black, and you just hear like a car, like the screeching and the accident happening. So.
You see them trying to stop the train, and then it all goes black, and then I loved that the ending credits were the Love Train song, like people around the world join hands.
That's true.
Love Train.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, they were very clever with their music choice throughout all of it. I love it though. It's awesome.
That's awesome. Yeah, no, it was pretty good. Solid ending.
What would you give this film? How many boos, rather?
How many boos would I give? Final Destination 3. I give Final Destination 3 3.3 boos.
Really? Why is that?
3.3 boos. 3.3. I gave the second one 4.5, right? I want to say it was 4 or 4.5.
Yes, you gave it a 3.5, and then you had originally given the first one a 4.5, and then you bumped it, or a 4. And then you bumped it up to a 4.5.
I need to start writing these down. At 3.5. This one didn't have me as wrapped around as the other two, I would say. Some of the... maybe I didn't care as much about these characters as I did in the other films. They weren't as fleshed out, I feel like. The movie was very fast. And it really was centered heavily. Well, the other one was centered heavily with Kimberly and the other dude too. And this one has these two, and the other one has Alex. And I don't know. I think the formula in this one, there was something about it that kind of felt what's the word? Like the other two movies, maybe it was the cast, felt more grown up. And this one felt a little bit more juvenile in a sense, if that makes any type of sense. But so for me, it kind of, I guess, made the stakes not as like high. Maybe because it's also the third one that I'm like, okay, I know what's going to happen. We know what's going to happen. Yeah. But I mean, it was pretty creative in the deaths.
Yeah.
And it was a pretty good storyline. I liked Wendy. The tanning bed was probably like the coolest death. I feel like maybe some of these deaths weren't as brutal, like too quick. Like even Lewis, like that, just the head squish and that's it.
I think I liked that about it though. So as if we listen back to 2, I had an issue with about how some of the deaths looked. Especially with the special / practical effects. This one I felt like did a really great job of
effect-wise
doing it. And it also kind of reminds me of the first one where there wasn't as much gore actually shown. However, this one does still give you plenty of gore, but they did it in a like tasteful way, in my opinion, that didn't it didn't look as cheap as I think maybe some of the deaths did in the second one. Now, were those deaths super awesome in the second one? Yes. I just wish that they could have been like
fleshed out better,
looked a little bit better. Yeah. But I really think I did enjoy the deaths in this one. That tanning bed scene, obviously it stuck with me. This one, of course, is my like nostalgic of the 3 because I did play with that DVD pick your own ending so many times. I loved it. I totally was a fan of that bit. And, it's just really cool. And so all of these deaths stuck with me. The nail gun, like I said, every time I pick up a nail gun, I think of through the head.
The tanning bed one and the nail gun one were the only ones I remembered. Everyone else is like the other ones I didn't remember.
Yeah, I definitely remembered the motor through the head as well because like
I didn't remember that one at all.
Anytime someone's going too fast behind me, that's what I think. I'm like, oh God, if we crash it, that's what's gonna happen to me.
Gotcha.
Especially because like my car is so little into the ground, and 18-wheelers love to
be right.
Yeah, not see me.
Oh, okay.
I've been
yeah.
literally bumped by an 18-wheeler before in a turn.
That's scary.
It just like turned right into me, and I was like, I'm right here. But so that scene comes into my head a lot, and then I remembered every death I think from this film. None of them were very surprising to me.
Yeah.
But again,
Like I said, I feel like every time I've watched it before, I feel like I watched an edited version because everything seemed more gruesome. Maybe that's why I remember the deaths before, because they were like chopped, cut, fade away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Couldn't really show you. Yeah, and that would make perfect sense. I liked the characters in this one. I thought they were pretty well done. Wendy at times seemed a little overacted to me.
Oh gosh, whenever she was talking to Julie in the room and she was like, she was saying some word and she was like, I don't know. Her acting was a little bit over the board.
It was like, okay. But overall, I mean, I still liked this film. I liked I liked how the opening sequence was different. Obviously, I love roller coasters. So this was kind of fun because it then just put another fear into my head. I also do love flying on planes. I love going to the airport, and I also love driving
going places. But planes, I do get nervous on planes.
Yeah. I mean, I do once if there's some turbulence, but otherwise I'm like, woohoo, airplane, let's go. There's something like, even driving home and early in the morning or something, it always makes me feel like I'm going to the airport with just like the winding roads and then like all the lights on. And I love that feeling, even if it's like at the ass crack of dawn and you're just like, I am so tired. My
flights are always like early.
It's because they're cheapest. No one wants to get up that early.
Yeah. And nobody's there. Yeah.
Yep. And that's why I love it. But yeah, I feel like I would give this film, I believe I gave Final Destination 1 a 4.5. And I think I want to keep this one at a 4.5 as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll give it a 3.5.
I was honestly surprised. Like, I liked the first one more than I remembered going back and watching it through that lens. And then now I have a greiter appreciation for this series. And I do want to go ahead and watch 4 and 5. You should watch 4. Yeah.
I feel like you should watch 4. Well, 4 and 5. Yeah. 5, I told you what happened a little bit in that one.
I forgot already. Don't worry.
About
it's
death comes up with a new way of telling them like how to survive.
Oh, yeah. Which I'd be excited to watch them into like preparation for the 6th one coming out. And so maybe we can cover 4, 5, 6 at a later date.
Yeah.
I think that would be fun.
If the 6th one does, when it comes.
Yeah, if and when. But yeah, so that's it. That's Final Destination 3, 2006, a 3.5 and a 4.5, making it a 4.
Yeah.
From your boo bays.
Your favorite boos.
Yeah. And so we were at RogueCon this past weekend.
We were.
And
it was fun.
It was fun. And you'll probably maybe get that little episode as a like bonus
content.
Yeah. Sometime later. It was a good time.
Yeah.
We got to just chat about our favorite horror films.
We
favorite
did. We
horror
both
movies
gave our top 5 favorite
from what we've covered thus far.
Yeah. Movie
like
moments.
Scenes.
Yes.
Yeah. So it was kind of cool. And we realized that now this, I believe, is our 88th episode, this one that's coming out.
That's a lot.
So we're getting close to 100. We should maybe plan something special for 100.
Tricentennial. What does that even mean? Tricentennial. It happens
3 times a century? Yeah.
Isn't that just annually? Right? And then just like once
Isn't a century 10 years?
A century is 100 years.
And then a decade is 10 years.
Once every 100 years.
Tricentennial, though, I think it would happen 3 times a century. So every something. I don't know.
25 years.
That would be 4, though.
I don't know how that works. I'll Google it. All right. Well, again, and as always, we are in our lovely RogueMedia Network studios.
That's right.
Studio.
They take great care of us.
They do. You can listen to our podcast and a lot of other podcasts on their website.
And that is?
At RogueMediaNetwork.com.
And you can also listen to us on a slew of podcasting platforms, biggest 2 being
Spotify
and Apple. And wherever you do listen, don't forget to
rate, review, like, and subscribe.
That's right, because that is the only way we can get ahead in this world. And then if you would like to reach out to us and let us know your thoughts on Final Destination 3, which one of the 5 is your favorite?
Which one? And
then... Or let us know your favorite scary movie.
Or let us know your favorite kill, your favorite memory or nostalgic memory with these movies if you have one. Yeah.
Because it clearly it has an effect on everyone. Like I said, Andrew's having nightmares, like Final Destination nightmares where just everything was going wrong after it.
Yeah.
And I told him, I was like, ooh.
It's because of that movie.
Just get ready because, you're going to be paranoid after watching this. And sure enough.
That's why I'm after watching the second one all the time.
Yeah, it makes you...
Especially because of Road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's scary, but you can reach out to us on our one social media platform, and that is Instagram
at Boobays Podcast, and that's BOOBAES because we're your boobays, not your boo babes.
That's right. And then this week we will also have a listener request coming out.
We will be.
I believe we're covering signs. That's right.
That's for our listener, Andrew.
Andrew.
Shout out to Andrew. What?
He sponsors this podcast.
He does, with his love and affection.
That's right. He bought Final Destination 3 for us to watch.
Cute.
Or rented it.
I watched it on TV for free, but there's ads, so...
I wasn't in the mood for ads, so...
Yeah, I feel that.
But the ads are kind of nice because you can catch up on your notes in that
That's what I find.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I have the ads
I'm like,
come up.
okay, I can type all my notes out really fast and finish my
fix
sentence.
the typos.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because they're always
all over the
littered
place
with typos. And I'm like, half the time I read the notes and I have no clue what the fuck I've said. But yeah, so we'll be covering signs. We got a few new listener requests after this weekend. And we had also gotten another one previously this week as well from a brand new listener named Phil.
Nice, Phil. Thank you, Phil, for all your input.
It's Andrew's best friend.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he started listening and he was like,
that's awesome.
He was like, this is pretty good.
Aww.
And was talking to Andrew about
Phil.
it. So, yeah, so that's very sweet. And he gave us 2 films to watch.
Ooh, I see.
So
I'm looking at it now.
I think I only wrote down one of them.
Okay, the Haunted Asylum one?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I really want to watch that movie.
Ooh.
It is in Korean. So, but it's
There's
good.
a lot of movies on
and it's
here
also
now that I
found
wanna
footage.
Cool.
But I'm excited.
Oh,
yeah.
great.
I know.
Fucking hell. All right, Phil.
He said that and
Don't
I was
listen
like,
to us anymore.
I was like, I have to convince Josh. I was like, not only is this film found footage, but it's also in a foreign language. So I know that those aren't your favorite for watching while taking notes.
But it's okay. I'll do it. For Phil. Only for Phil.
Only for Phil. But yeah, so until next time, you guys.
Bye, bays.
Bye, bays.
This has been a Rogue Media podcast.
This is Central Texas Living with Ann Harder.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. You know, today we're going to talk practical ideas for folks who have had cancer surgery or other kind of medical treatments. And that's what's really exciting for me to welcome Dawn Jacquis to the podcast along with her daughter, Emma. Good to have you guys here. I was not familiar with, this is a nonprofit called Hugs for Healing. Hugs for Healing. And then you're wearing the shirt, the 7 Stitches Boutique. Now, this is a freestanding store, is that right?
Yes, this is my online business, 7 Stitches to Boutique, and then Hugs for Healing is our nonprofit.
Okay, so we've got everything covered here from the standpoint of what you're doing. First of all, tell me, because we're looking at it here on the desk, what is this? I mean, what kind of aids do you have for folks who've had surgery?
I make for 7 Stitches Boutique, that's where I started. I make post-surgical and cancer recovery comfort pillows. These 2 in particular are for the seatbelt, and they open up and attach to your seatbelt, and they go on the body side of your seatbelt if you've had a mastectomy or heart surgery or abdominal, because they go on the tummy too, abdominal surgery. And this is my original version, and then I tweaked it, and so I do still sell both versions, and this is my new version where it, every now and then someone will say, oh, it just kind of pokes me in the chin, and so I did some rounded corners.
The rounded corners.
Yes, and did just a little bit of a tweak we wear them all the time. And we have had surgery, but they're just so comfortable.
They're comfortable. Really, and it's something I had not thought about. My sister-in-law, though, had cancer surgery, and she got a gift bag. This is in St. Louis, and it had this thing for her seatbelt. And I thought, what a clever idea. So how did you go through something like this that know there was a need for this? Or how did you come up with this idea?
Well, when I started, I was actually making seatbelt travel pillows. That it's just a sleeping pillow that attaches to the seatbelt for kids.
When you fall asleep. Yeah.
Yes, that is right there. You don't drop it when you fall asleep in the car.
Yeah.
And so that's what I was making. And I had started selling. I had taught myself how to sew, started making those and selling them on Etsy. And a customer had contacted me on Etsy and asked me, he said, I love your products. I'm looking for a pillow for my friend who's going through breast reconstruction. His name was Evan, the gentleman who contacted me. And he said, I love your pillows, but they're a little bulky for what we're thinking. And so he said, can you design something that would work for her? And so that's where this design came from. And the seams in it are just, it's because of the stuffing I use. It's to hold everything in place because I don't use the polyfill. I use a foam, and I didn't want it too thick, and so that's what I designed her, and she loved it. Well, then we got orders to South Korea.
Oh,
so
really?
I didn't sell them online for a while because shipping was so expensive. But within a month after I designed this for that gentleman's friend, my mom was diagnosed with ovarian cancer.
Right.
And so I designed, once I came back from Korea, my mom didn't have breast surgery. She had abdominal surgery, so it works on the belly too. But she had that chemo port all the time.
Exactly.
In her, and so
that's, you don't think about that.
You don't.
If you're
and
not going through
so
something like
I
that.
designed this
right.
for folks who just have the chemo port and maybe they don't want something quite as bulky, as long. And so this is the port pal that I made for the chemo ports. And so it's just kind of blossomed from there that I'll have customers go, I like this. Do you think you could?
So you kind of tweak your design as you go along?
And I go and
for what the need. You're meeting the need.
I try to meet the needs of the people that ask. I have a chest pillow. I did bring a brochure. It's called My Surgery Sidekick, and it's for after heart surgery or
right. You always see they have a pillow they hug, and if they have to cough or whatever.
And I made it with seams, so it kind of wraps around you. And so I have that. I have kids sizing for all of my most of my products, and then I have a plus size for larger people because most of the ones you see out there, they're fairly small.
Right.
And I'm not a really small person. I think I would want something least my size. There's a lot of stuff for little people.
Well, so how long ago did all this come to you?
Oh gosh, 2013.
So not that long
when we
ago.
were in El Paso, yes. So that's when I came up with it in El Paso, and then I didn't actually start marketing it until we got back from South Korea, and got to South Carolina. So that's when I started selling them, and that was in 2016.
Yeah, so relatively recently.
Yes.
That it's always fascinating to me to meet somebody who finds a need and finds a solution for it, and then it just sort of grows into, is this something you even anticipated it would be the size kind of ministry, I guess, if it's nonprofit?
Well, this part is not nonprofit, but the Hugs for Healing is, and I just started Hugs for Healing in December of 20. Yes.
Okay, so very recently.
Yes, so that's really new. And we just finally got our 501c3 designation in September of this last year.
So very, very recent. So let's talk about the nonprofit part of it. Hugs for Healing is that something that you get a little gift bag to go to a patient? Is that how that? Because I think that's what happened with my sister-in-law. She received
we call these our blessing bags, and I started doing these because we didn't have the C3 designation, so we weren't really getting any money and donations. And at that point, we're still working on that. But I wanted to do something, and so I started an Amazon wish list. Well, first I started out, I put little flyers out and said, so you can drop them off here, drop things off if you want to buy for the blessing bags, or you can drop them off at my house. And then I thought, you know what? Amazon, not that I necessarily love shopping on there, but they're a great resource that I can put a wish list on there. People can buy things for the blessing bags and then send it directly to me. And then we will sort it, pack it, and deliver it to the chemo centers in town.
So how do they select the people, the individuals that?
For these, they're giving them to all the new patients. Otherwise, they don't know if somebody's already gotten one, so they've been giving these to the new patients. We have been taking them to all 3 chemo centers in Waco, the McClinton, what's the other one? The one off of Highway 6, Ascension, through Central Oncology, Texas Oncology.
Texas Oncology.
Yes, you said that.
Yeah.
And then I didn't even realize there was another Texas Oncology there over near McClinton. So.
Yeah. Well, cancer touches just about everybody in some way. You know somebody who's gone through cancer treatment, and that's a good thing, really, if they're finding these cancers and able to treat them, and it's extending folks' lives. But there's always a recovery period. There's issues, and seatbelts are something we have to have.
Right. You have to go to treatments.
Right.
You go to surgery. You want to go to out to eat.
Right. You
want to be able to still live your life.
Right.
And
something as simple as a cushion on the seatbelt. That to me is just remarkable that you've done this. Now, it's my understanding you're a veteran. Is that
I am.
Right? So let's talk a little bit about you. And you obviously are a servant. You have a servant heart. You want to help people. When did you go in the military? Where did you serve?
Oh my goodness.
Long time ago.
Long time ago.
It
was before kids. And I went in 96,
okay.
I think. I was only in for 6 years. That's where I met my husband, and he retired from military. He was in 25
Was it the
years.
Army or
Army? Both of us were Army.
Mm-hmm. And so you mentioned some of the different moves that you'd made, and
all those were through him. Now we were stationed together in Hawaii.
Oh,
we had gotten married.
Tough duty there.
He had gotten orders to Hawaii, and then we got married.
Yeah. so they had to find something for you to do
with them there. And so we were both stationed in Hawaii, and then that's where we both got our advanced degrees. And he had gotten out, finished his degree, and then gotten commissioned to go back in. He was an X-ray tech as an enlisted, and then he went back in as an officer. And then I got out, and we decided to start having kids after some of his training. So we went from Hawaii to Fort Hood, and then he went to Virginia, and then went back to Fort Hood.
Okay, so the Fort Hood duty is why you're in Central Texas. Is that right?
Well,
what brought you here?
I'm from Central Texas.
Ah, okay.
Yes, my parents live here, and so that we always tried to get back to Fort Hood after that, and never could. We went from Fort Hood to Germany to El Paso, South Korea, and then South Carolina. And then he got out.
Yep.
He retired.
Seeing the world.
Yes.
Well, it's exciting to me to be able to talk to somebody who's, served their country and is serving humanity in the way that you are. And you say, obviously this is a business for you because you're actually, are you the manufacturer too? And you're doing everything.
I say we. She works with me. We make everything that comes out of our shop.
Okay, so Emma, let's talk a little bit to you. So what do you do in assembling these? Are you cutting the fabric? What are you doing with all this?
I kind of do a little bit of everything. I kind of like fill in the gaps somewhat in making them.
So your orders, they're all filled in online. Is that?
Pretty much, yes. I have a website, 7stitchesboutique.com. I have an Etsy shop. They're all 7 Stitches Boutique.
How did that name come about?
There's 7 in our family.
Oh,
and they're the stitches that hold me together. So
I love it. I love it. So tell me about the rest of your family.
Well, there's
Emma, are you the oldest
Yes.
of the kiddos?
The oldest of 5.
All right, very good.
Yes. And then my husband, of course, he's retired military. And then there's Aaliyah. She's number 2, and she's what? 15, yes.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that can't remember how. Mine are way older than
there's
that.
There's Avery, who also works for me. Well, all the kids do something for
That's
me.
great.
In some
It is a
aspect.
family business.
Yes, but Avery and Emma are the ones that do the most. Eileen tries. She's 7, though. She's the youngest. And
you
then,
just wait.
Right. Let's see, Avery's 11. She's 11. Jace is 10, and he's the only boy. And then Eileen's 7.
Well, that's wonderful. I'm glad to know that's with 7 stitches. It makes it a little bit easier to remember. And you have a brochure and you have a product list. Aside from the seatbelt things, you have other other items as well.
I have, like I said, I have the Port Pal that is just a smaller version. I have my surgery sidekick, which is just the big chest pillow that kind of hugs you. This is like a hysterectomy pillow. It's just, the cough pillows that you hold against you.
I've seen
for
heart
pressure,
patients
yes,
do
for heart
that.
patients,
Yeah.
it has a pocket for a heat or a cool pack. And then, well, that's this. This isn't everything I have. I do drain lanyards for mastectomies. It's just a little to help hold the drains. I do drain bags where they can wear it on a belt with little bags that'll hold the drains.
Now, have you consulted with medical people as to what some of the needs are, or these are just practical things like you said your mom went through?
Yes, and my mom had an ostomy, so I also have, I should have brought that one too, a pillow like this, but it has a space that'll fit an ostomy bag underneath it just to allow for that.
Yeah, because you wouldn't want pressure on that.
So that kind of gives
device.
you a little bit of room.
Wow. I mean, my hat's off to you for coming up with these things, and that's wonderful. Well, we're going to take a little break, and when we come back, we're going to learn a little bit more about you, Dawn. So stay with us.
Hey, I'm April.
Hey, I'm Caroline, and this is Bloody Happy Hour,
your newest true crime comedy podcast.
So grab your favorite drink and join us every week for Thirsty Thursday.
We promise to tell you the bloodiest stories and give you a laugh in between. Go find us, follow us, and subscribe anywhere you get your podcasts, because guess what?
We're about to be sipping on some murder.
F-Bomb. This is Mandy and the F-Bomb, where we shed light on stories and invite you to find your place and purpose in the world of foster care. Through my involvement with families involved in foster care and being a foster mom myself, I've learned that it's the things that wreck us the most profoundly that can stitch us back together into the best, purpose-filled versions of ourselves. Tune in to Mandy and the F-Bomb. It's stories that invite you in to find your place and purpose in the world of foster care. You can find us anywhere you get podcasts or at RogueMediaNetwork.com. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss a thing.
And we're back with Dawn and Emma Jacquez, who have a wonderful idea for folks who are recovering from cancer surgeries or any other kind of medical procedures. They're comfort devices for your seatbelts, for whatever you need, because there's pain involved with that. But if you're going to go anywhere, you got to have a seatbelt. So, Dawn, this is 7 Stitches Boutique, is how. And you can just go online and find that.
Yes.
But you also have a nonprofit, Hugs for Healing, which I think is a wonderful. So how did you come up with that idea for your nonprofit?
I have always donated to the cancer. I've donated the Port Pals to the cancer center since my mom went there.
Mm-hmm.
So, and we lost her, about 4 years ago?
I'm sorry.
And so I had been donating these, and I wanted to do more. I wanted to be able to give more. And so, we started the blessing bags. And I just thought, if I could, my ultimate goal, my dream is for these types of things to be provided for patients without all the cost going to the patients. If I could give them all away, all the time, I would.
Right.
You
But
know,
that's not realistic.
necessarily realistic or
No.
feasible, you know.
Right.
And so this was my other thought. And, you know, if I could get donations in to help get this stuff out to people, then that could be a way to do it. Now, I do have one hospital in South Carolina who purchases for their cardiac ICU units.
Really?
And they give them to their patients.
Oh.
Which I love. And that's my ultimate goal. I wish all hospitals would do that. You know, to
really?
provide.
I mean, I'm imagining, you know, their logo on the fabric, you know, and that little
I mean,
advertising.
you know, that would be neat. But I love that my logo's on the back.
Yeah, your logo is important as well. But yeah, I can just see that as, you know, as something that maybe foundations, because these hospitals have that, and for grants.
Well, it's
and
actually
so
their
forth.
foundation that purchases
That's
from me, and
doing that.
they give them to their patients.
Yeah, well, it's wonderful. I'm just so happy that I had the chance to talk to you about this. So your hope bag. What else is in? I mean, there's lots of stuff.
We
in there.
do have lots of stuff. We've had this was a really great month of donations. I had a customer turned friend who was able to donate some things, and so
a
it's
little
just
puzzle book.
Yes,
Yeah,
we do a word search book, things that'll just kind of help get through their day at chemo, you know, just when they're starting. So we have, you know, snacks. We have fingerless gloves because hands and feet always get cold.
right.
You know, and
Yeah, I don't know why medical facilities, they are so cold. Yeah.
So we have something to kind of keep their mind busy. We have some snacks that we give. You know, we've added the applesauce because I try to talk to the nurses when I take things in and go, well, what's good, what's not so good. And folks going through radiation sometimes will have a harder time swallowing. So this, you know, like even if it's chewy, maybe they'll have a harder time swallowing.
Difficult,
so
yeah.
I asked them, I said, would applesauce work? They said that would be great, just for an alternative, you know, if they couldn't eat the other snack. We have bath wipes.
Oh, yeah.
Stress ball.
Oh, man.
And sometimes it's nice to just sit there and
Just-
keep your
I
hand
know,
busy.
exactly.
A pen for the word search book. We do some hard candies, lemon. That was my mom's favorite candy. Was lemon candies, lemon drops. So we do lemon candies in honor of her. We do a lip balm, sanitizer.
Oh, my goodness.
And then Old Corner Drug had donated pillboxes
Pill
to
box,
us, so we have those. And then we do a tissue and a prayer crawl. Blessing.
Yeah, yeah. So this is a faith-based work as well.
Yes.
You want to talk about that some more?
I wouldn't be here if it weren't for God.
Yeah.
You know, even though we lost Mom, she was such a Christian, strong woman, and you know, I could only pray to be half the woman that she was.
But she's left a beautiful legacy. That is, for sure. I can see that. In the two, we're all going to start crying here in a minute if I don't keep going. But yeah, this is not the first time you've been on a podcast. No. So I've got something. I normally have a sheet of paper, but anyway. But I've got it on my phone. So what I like to do, I like to end these podcasts with a little questionnaire. It's similar to the one that the late, great James Lipton would use on Inside the Actors Studio. Okay. So I'm going to ask you both. We haven't had somebody, I mean, your age. Can I ask your age, Emma?
I'm 19.
You're 19. Okay. Young person. Yes. So we're going to start off, and I will ask you, what is your favorite word? You want to start, Emma? You have a favorite word?
I don't know. Cleo.
Okay. You're all right. Well, that's good. That's good.
Really strength.
Strength. Yeah. Do you have a least favorite word?
Can't.
Yeah. I hear that a lot.
Yeah.
Really, from folks.
Moist.
You know what? I think I've heard that before
That's a
too.
big one too. Yeah.
All right. What turns you on creatively, emotionally, or spiritually?
For me, it's just like to be able to reach somebody, to help somebody.
Yeah.
You know, I just to feel like I can make a little bit of a difference.
Mm-hmm. I think you are. What about you, Emma? What excites you about doing something?
Well, I'm an artist, so
well, there you go.
I find a lot of inspiration in like different medias, like franchises and stuff like that, and music as well. So
Okay. Well, is there anything that turns you off creatively or spiritually or emotionally?
Oh gosh, I don't know.
That's kind of a hard one.
I don't like when business gets really slow, and that doesn't turn me off. That actually makes me want to do more and give more.
Yeah.
You know, it's like,
So it kind of works as a positive,
it does,
really,
it does.
in your life.
It does sometimes, yeah.
What sound, you mentioned music, what sound do you love the most? Your cat crying? I'm just going to.
What sound? Like kitchen sounds.
You do? You like
Yeah.
kitchen sounds?
Like
If somebody busy working in the kitchen.
I like
good,
cooking.
yeah. You know, that is a thing. You know, if somebody's busy doing stuff in the kitchen, that, you know, you that's neat. Now, what about you? Favorite sound?
Favorite sound? Oh gosh, sewing machine.
Very good. Now, I've never heard that one before, but yeah, I mean, and we all know what it sounds, the whir, kind of a whir of a sewing machine. Well, what is your least favorite sound?
Oh gosh.
The kids yelling.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody like yelling and not in a happy way.
Yeah.
Like somebody's agitating someone else.
Yeah.
I don't like
some upset of some
Yes.
kind. What other profession would you like to try?
I was a teacher before
Mm-hmm.
or after the military. I was a teacher before this.
Mm-hmm.
So I've pretty much done everything I've loved doing.
Yeah, really?
Yes.
Well, that's good. What, any aspiration? What would you like to?
Well, I'm going to school for radiology, so I guess that.
There you go. Okay, very good. Where are you studying? Where are you?
MCC.
At MCC. Cool. What profession do you know you would not want to do?
Retail.
Okay.
That's kind of
That's
what we
kind of
do.
what you're doing.
Well, like in-person
Yeah,
retail.
she wouldn't want to do the sales
dealing with
part,
the public,
yes.
maybe
Yeah.
not so much.
Yeah, I love
What what about you?
That I would not want to do.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
You know. And I've heard teaching is one of
I
them.
love teaching.
Not that they don't appreciate teachers,
Right.
but yeah, it's a
No.
calling. It's sort of
I couldn't teach, I don't think, middle schoolers.
yeah.
I was a kindergarten teacher.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I love teaching.
Precious, yeah. All right, finally, what do you want to hear God say when you arrive at the pearly gates?
We're so glad to see you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe like acknowledging how much I love my family.
Yeah. Love being the key. Well, you guys have been great, and I appreciate you so much, Dawn and Emma Jacquez with 7 Stitches Boutique. And you can go online and find that where?
7stitchesboutique.com.
.com. And if you feel like you'd like to donate to a nonprofit that is doing a great thing in filling a unique niche of need for folks, and that would be Hugs for Healing. And so how can they get more on that?
Hugsforhealing.org.
Okay.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you both so much. It's been a delight.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us.
Central Texas Living is part of the Rogue Media Network family. Be sure to check out their other shows at RogueMediaNetwork.com. Please rate us 5 stars on iTunes and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Join us again soon for more Central Texas Living, the podcast.
This has been a Rogue Media podcast.
Not everyone's life runs in straight lines. At Sophia, we get that. Our flexible, affordable, self-paced college-level courses help thousands of people just like you complete their degrees for only $99 a month.
I'ma take that and put it with this. I'ma take this and put it with that. Take a step back, look at it. Take a step back, look at it. That's nice. So nice.
This is Central Texas Living with Ann Harder.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. Today we're going to talk practical ideas for folks who have had cancer surgery or other kind of medical treatments. And that's what's really exciting for me to welcome Dawn Jacquis to the podcast along with her daughter, Emma. Good to have you guys here. I was not familiar with this is a nonprofit called Hugs for Healing. Hugs for Healing. And then you're wearing the shirt, the 7 Stitches Boutique. Now, this is a freestanding store. Is that right?
Yes, this is my online business, 7 Stitches to Boutique. And then Hugs for Healing is our nonprofit.
Okay, so we've got everything covered here from the standpoint of what you're doing. Now, first of all, tell me, because we're looking at it here on the desk, what is this? I mean, what kind of aids do you have for folks who've had surgery?
I make for 7 Stitches Boutique. That's where I started. I make post-surgical and cancer recovery comfort pillows. These two in particular are for the seatbelt, and they open up and attach to your seatbelt, and they go on the body side of your seatbelt if you've had a mastectomy or heart surgery or abdominal, because they go on the tummy too, abdominal surgery. And this is my original version, and then I tweaked it, and so I do still sell both versions, and this is my new version where it, every now and then someone will say, oh, it just kind of pokes me in the chin, and so I did some rounded corners.
The rounded corners.
Yes, and did just a little bit of a tweak. We wear them all the time, and we haven't had surgery, but they're just so comfortable.
They're comfortable. Really, and it's something I had not thought about. My sister-in-law, though, had cancer surgery, and she got a gift bag. This is in St. Louis, and it had this thing for her seatbelt, and I thought, what a clever idea. So how did you go through something like this that know there was a need for this, or how did you come up with this idea?
Well, when I started, I was actually making seatbelt travel pillows. That it's just a sleeping pillow that attaches to the seatbelt for kids.
When you fall asleep.
Yes, that you have, that is right there. You don't drop it when you fall asleep in the car.
Yeah.
And so that's what I was making. And I had started selling, I had taught myself how to sew, started making those and selling them on Etsy. And a customer had contacted me on Etsy and asked me, he said, I love your products. I'm looking for a pillow for my friend who's going through breast reconstruction. His name was Evan, the gentleman who contacted me. And he said, I love your pillows, but they're a little bulky for what we're thinking. And so he said, can you design something that would work for her? And so that's where this design came from. And the seams in it are just, it's because of the stuffing I use. It's to hold everything in place because I don't use the polyfill. I use a foam, and I didn't want it too thick, and so that's what I designed her, and she loved it. Well, then we got orders to South Korea.
Oh,
so
really?
I didn't sell them online for a while because shipping was so expensive. But within a month after I designed this for that gentleman's friend, my mom was diagnosed with ovarian cancer.
Right.
And so I designed, once I came back from Korea, my mom didn't have breast surgery. She had abdominal surgery, so it works on the belly too. But she had that chemo port all the time.
Exactly.
In her,
mm-hmm.
And so
you don't think about that.
You don't.
If you're not going through something like that.
I designed this for folks who just have the chemo port. Maybe they don't want something quite as bulky, as long. Mm-hmm. And so this is the port pal that I made for the chemo ports. And so it's just kind of blossomed from there that I'll have customers go, I like this. Do you think you could?
So you kind of tweak your design as you go along?
And I go and
for what the need. You're meeting the need.
I try to meet the needs of the people that ask. You know, I have a chest pillow. I did bring a brochure.
Mm-hmm.
It's called My Surgery Sidekick, and it's for after heart surgery or
right. You always see they have a pillow they hug, and if they have to cough or whatever.
And I made it with seams, so it kind of wraps around you.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have that. I have kids sizing for all of my most of my products, and then I have a plus size for larger people, because most of the ones you see out there, they're fairly small,
right?
And you know, I'm not a really small person. I think I would want something
at
least my size. There's a lot of stuff for little people.
Mm-hmm. Well, so how long ago did all this come to you?
Oh gosh, 2013.
So not that long
when we
ago.
were in El Paso, yes. So that's when I came up with it in El Paso, and then I didn't actually start marketing it until we got back from South Korea, and got to South Carolina. So that's when I started selling them, and that was in 2016.
Yeah, so relatively recently.
Yes.
That you. It's always fascinating to me to meet somebody who finds a need and finds a solution for it, and then it just sort of grows into, is this something you even anticipated it would be the size kind of ministry, I guess, if it's nonprofit?
Well, this part is not nonprofit, but the Hugs for Healing is, and I just started Hugs for Healing in December of 20. Yes.
Okay, so very recently.
Yes, so that's really new. And we just finally got our 501c3 designation in September of this last year.
So very, very recent. So let's talk about the nonprofit part of it. Hugs for Healing is that something that you get a little gift bag to go to a patient? Is that how that? Because I think that's what happened with my sister-in-law. She received
we call these our blessing bags, and I started doing these because we didn't have the C3 designation, so we weren't really getting any money and donations. And at that point, we're still working on that. But I wanted to do something, and so I started an Amazon wish list. Well, first I started out, I put little flyers out and said, so you can drop them off here, drop things off if you want to buy for the blessing bags, or you can drop them off at my house. And then I thought, you know what? Amazon, not that I necessarily love shopping on there, but they're a great resource that I can put a wish list on there. People can buy things for the blessing bags and then send it directly to me. And then we will sort it, pack it, and deliver it to the chemo centers in town.
So how do they select the people, the individuals that?
For these, they're giving them to all the new patients. Otherwise, they don't know if somebody's already gotten one, so they've been giving these to the new patients. We have been taking them to all 3 chemo centers in Waco, the McClinton, what's the other one? The one off of Highway 6, Ascension, through Central Oncology, Texas Oncology.
Texas Oncology.
Thank you. Yes, you said that.
Yeah.
And then I didn't even realize there was another Texas Oncology there over near McClinton. So.
Yeah. Well, there's cancer touches just about everybody in some way. You know somebody who's gone through cancer treatment, and that's a good thing, really, if they're finding these cancers and able to treat them, and it's extending folks' lives. But there's always a recovery period. There's issues, and seatbelts are something we have to have.
Right. You have to go to treatments.
Right.
You go to surgery. You want to go to out to eat.
Right.
You want to be able to still live your life.
Right.
And
something as simple as a cushion on the seatbelt cap. That to me is just remarkable that you've done this. Now, it's my understanding you're a veteran. Is that
I am.
Right? So let's talk a little bit about you. And I mean, you obviously are a servant. You have a servant heart. You want to help people. When did you go in the military? Where did you serve?
Oh my goodness.
Long time ago.
Long time ago.
Long time
It
ago.
was before kids. And I went in 96,
okay.
I think. I was only in for 6 years. That's where I met my husband, and he retired from the military. He was in 25
Was it the
years.
Army or?
Army. Both of us were Army.
And so you mentioned some of the different moves that you'd made, and
all those were through him. Now we were stationed together in Hawaii.
Oh,
we had gotten married.
Tough duty there.
He had gotten orders to Hawaii, and then we got married.
Yeah. so they had to find something for you to do
with him there. And so we were both stationed in Hawaii, and then that's where we both got our advanced degrees. And he had gotten out, finished his degree, and then gotten commissioned to go back in. He was an X-ray tech as an enlisted, and then he went back in as an officer. And then I got out, and we decided to start having kids after some of his training. So we went from Hawaii to Fort Hood, and then he went to Virginia, and then we went back to Fort Hood.
Okay, so the Fort Hood duty is why you're in Central Texas. Is that right?
Well,
what brought you here?
I'm from Central Texas.
Ah, okay.
Yes, my parents live here, and so that we always tried to get back to Fort Hood after that, and never could. We went from Fort Hood to Germany to El Paso, South Korea, and then South Carolina.
Everyone fighting together, not because we're ordered, but to defend something we love.
If you do choose to fight, I will stand with you.
He got out.
Yep.
He retired.
Seeing the world.
Yes.
Well, it's exciting to me to be able to talk to somebody who's, served their country and is serving humanity in the way that you are. And you say, obviously, this is a business for you because you're actually. Are you the manufacturer too? I mean, you're doing everything.
I say we. She works with me. We make everything that comes out of our shop.
Okay, so Emma, let's talk a little bit to you. So what do you do in assembling these? Are you cutting the fabric? What are you doing with all this?
I kind of do a little bit of everything. I kind of like fill in the gaps somewhat in making them.
So your orders, they're all filled in online. Is that?
Pretty much, yes. I have a website, 7stitchesboutique.com. I have an Etsy shop. They're all 7 Stitches Boutique.
How did that name come about?
There's 7 in our family.
Oh,
and they're the stitches that hold me together. So
I love it. I love it. So tell me about the rest of your family.
Well, there's.
Emma, are you the oldest of the kiddos?
Yes, the oldest of 5.
All right, very good.
And then my husband, of course, he's retired military. And then there's Aaliyah. She's number 2, and she's what? 15, yes.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that can't remember how. Mine are way older than that.
There's Avery, who also works for me. Well, all the kids do something for
That's
me.
That's great.
In some
it
aspect.
Is a family business.
Yes, but Avery and Emma are the ones that do the most. Eiley tries. She's 7, though. She's the youngest. And then,
you just wait.
Right. See, Avery's 11. She's 11. Jace is 10, and he's the only boy. And then Eiley's 7.
Well, that's wonderful. I'm glad to know that's where the 7 stitches. It makes it a little bit easier to remember. And you have a brochure and you have a product list aside from the seatbelt things. You have other items as well.
I have, like I said, I have the Port Pal that is just a smaller version. I have my surgery sidekick, which is just the big chest pillow that kind of hugs you. This is like a hysterectomy pillow. It's just, the cough pillows that you hold against you.
I've seen
for
heart
pressure,
patients
yes,
do
for heart
that.
patients,
Yeah.
it has a pocket for a heat or a cool pack. And then, that's this. This isn't everything I have. I do drain lanyards for mastectomies. It's just a little to help hold the drains. I do drain bags where they can wear it on a belt with little bags that'll hold the drains.
Now, have you consulted with medical people as to what some of the needs are, or these are just practical things like you said your mom went through?
Yes, and my mom had an ostomy, so I also have, I should have brought that one too, a pillow like this, but it has a space that'll fit an ostomy bag underneath it just to allow for that.
Yeah, because you wouldn't want pressure on that.
So that kind of gives
device.
you a little bit of room.
Wow. I mean, my hat's off to you for coming up with these things, and that's wonderful. Well, we're going to take a little break, and when we come back, we're going to learn a little bit more about you, Dawn. So stay with us.
Hey, I'm April.
Hey, I'm Caroline, and this is Bloody Happy Hour,
your newest true crime comedy podcast.
So grab your favorite drink and join us every week for Thirsty Thursday.
We promise to tell you the bloodiest stories and give you a laugh in between. Go find us, follow us, and subscribe anywhere you get your podcasts, because guess what?
We about to be sipping on some murder.
F-Bomb. This is Mandy and the F-Bomb, where we shed light on stories and invite you to find your place and purpose in the world of foster care. Through my involvement with families involved in foster care and being a foster mom myself, I've learned that it's the things that wreck us the most profoundly that can stitch us back together into the best, purpose-filled versions of ourselves. Tune in to Mandy and the F-Bomb. It's stories that invite you in to find your place and purpose in the world of foster care. You can find us anywhere you get podcasts or at RogueMediaNetwork.com. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss a thing.
Join Planet Fitness and get energized with fitness that fits your budget. Deal ends April 12th.
And we're back with Dawn and Emma Jacques, who have a wonderful idea for folks who are recovering from cancer surgeries or any other kind of medical procedures. They're comfort devices for your seatbelts, for whatever you need, because there's pain involved with that. But if you're going to go anywhere, you got to have a seatbelt. So, Dawn, this is 7 Stitches Boutique, is how. And you can just go online and find that.
Yes.
But you also have a nonprofit, Hugs for Healing, which I think is a wonderful. So how did you come up with that idea for your nonprofit?
I have always donated to the cancer. I've donated the Port House to the cancer center since my mom went there.
Mm-hmm.
So, and we lost her, about 4 years ago?
I'm sorry.
And so I had been donating these, and I wanted to do more. I wanted to be able to give more. And so, we started the blessing bags, and I just thought, if I could, my ultimate goal, my dream is for these types of things to be provided for patients without all the cost going to the patients. If I could give them all away all the time, I would.
Right. But that's not realistic.
Necessarily realistic or feasible,
Right.
And so this was my other thought. And, if I could get donations in to help get this stuff out to people, then that could be a way to do it. Now, I do have one hospital in South Carolina who purchases for their cardiac ICU unit.
Really?
And they give them to their patients.
Oh.
Which I love. And that's my ultimate goal. I wish all hospitals would do that.
Really?
Provide.
I mean, I'm imagining, their logo on the fabric, and a little advertising.
That would be neat. But I love that my logo's on the back.
Yeah, your logo is important as well. But I can just see that as, as something that maybe foundations, because these hospitals have that, and for grants.
Well, it's
and
actually
so
their
forth.
foundaation that purchases from me, and
doing
then they give them to their patients.
Yeah. Well, it's wonderful. I'm just so happy that I had the chance to talk to you about this. So your hope bag, what else is in? I mean, there's lots of stuff in there.
We do have lots of stuff. This was a really great month of donations. I had a customer turned friend who was able to donate some things, and so
a little puzzle book.
Yes,
yeah.
We do a word search book, things that'll just kind of help get through their day at chemo, just when they're starting. So we have, snacks, we have fingerless gloves because hands and feet always get cold.
Right.
And
I don't know why medical facilities, they are so cold. Yeah.
So we have something to kind of keep their mind busy. We have some snacks that we give, You know, we've added the applesauce because I try to talk to the nurses when I take things in and go, well, what's good, what's not so good. And folks going through radiation sometimes will have a harder time swallowing. So this, you know, like even if it's chewy, maybe they'll have a harder time swallowing.
Difficult.
So I asked them, I said, would applesauce work? They said that would be great, just for an alternative. You know, if they couldn't eat the other snack. We have bath wipes.
Oh, yeah.
Stress ball.
Oh, man.
And sometimes it's nice to just sit there and
Just,
keep your hand busy.
Exactly.
A pen for the word search book. We do some hard candies, lemon. That was my mom's favorite candy. Was lemon candies, lemon drops. So we do lemon candies in honor of her. We do a lip balm, sanitizer.
Oh my goodness!
And then Old Corner Drug had donated pillboxes to us, so we have those. And then we do a tissue and a prayer crawl. Blessing.
Yeah. So this is a faith-based work as well.
Yes.
You want to talk about that some more?
I wouldn't be here if it weren't for God.
Yeah.
You know, even though we lost Mom, she was such a Christian, strong woman, and you know, I could only pray to be half the woman that she was.
But she's left a beautiful legacy. That is, for sure. I can see that. We're all going to start crying here in a minute if I don't keep going. But this is not the first time you've been on a podcast. No. So I've got something. I normally have a sheet of paper, but anyway. But I've got it on my phone. So what I like to do, I like to end these podcasts with a little questionnaire. It's similar to the one that the late, great James Lipton would use on Inside the Actors Studio. Okay. So I'm going to ask you both. We haven't had somebody, I mean, your age. Can I ask your age, Emma?
I'm 19.
You're 19. Okay. Young person. Yes. So we're going to start off, and I will ask you, what is your favorite word? You want to start, Emma? You have a favorite word?
I don't know. Cleo.
Okay. You're all right. Well, that's good. That's good.
Really strength.
Strength. Yeah. Do you have a least favorite word?
Can't.
Yeah. I hear that a lot.
Yeah.
Really, from folks.
Moist.
You know what? I think I've heard that before
That's a
too.
big one too. Yeah.
All right. What turns you on creatively, emotionally, or spiritually?
For me, it's just like to be able to reach somebody, to help somebody.
Yeah.
You know, I just to feel like I can make a little bit of a difference.
Mm-hmm. I think you are. What about you, Emma? What excites you about doing something?
Well, I'm an artist, so
well, there you go.
I find a lot of inspiration in like different medias, like franchises and stuff like that, and music as well. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, is there anything that turns you off creatively or spiritually or emotionally?
Oh, gosh, I don't know.
That's kind of a hard one.
I don't like when business gets really slow. And that doesn't turn me off. That actually makes me want to do more and give more.
Yeah.
You know, it's like,
So it kind of works as a positive,
it does,
really.
It does.
In your life.
It does sometimes, yeah.
Uh-huh. What sound, you mentioned music, what sound do you love the most? Your cat crying? I'm just going to.
What sound? Like kitchen sounds?
You do? You like kitchen sounds?
Like
if somebody busy working in the kitchen. Oh, good,
cooking.
yeah. You know, that is a thing. You know, if somebody's busy doing stuff in the kitchen, that, you know, you that's neat. Yeah. What about you? Favorite sound?
Favorite sound? Oh, gosh. Sewing machine.
Very good.
I love my sewing
Now, I've never heard that one before. But yeah, I mean, and we all know what it sounds, the whir, kind of the whir of a sewing machine. Well, what is your least favorite sound?
Hey, with Priceline VIP Family, you can unlock deals 5 times faster. You don't even have to be an actual family.
Oh, I'd be the dad.
I'm the dad. Hey, physically, it's clear that I'm the dad.
Okay, so which dad is paying?
You're the dad.
Go to your happy price, Priceline.
Physically.
gosh.
The kids yelling.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody like yelling and not in a happy way.
Yeah.
Like somebody's agitating someone else.
Yeah.
I don't like
some upset of some
Yes.
kind. What other profession would you like to try?
I was a teacher before
Mm-hmm.
or after the military. I was a teacher before this.
Mm-hmm.
So I've pretty much done everything I've loved doing.
Yeah, really?
Yes.
Well, that's good. What any aspiration? What would you like to?
Well, I'm going to school for radiology, so I guess that.
There you go. Okay, very good. Where are you studying? Where are you?
MCC.
At MCC. Cool. What profession do you know you would not want to do?
Retail.
Okay.
That's kind of
That's
what we
kind of
do.
what you're doing.
Well, like in-person
Yeah,
retail.
she wouldn't want to do the sales
dealing with
part,
the
yes.
public, maybe
Yeah.
not so much.
I love
What about you?
That I would not want to do.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
You know. And I've heard teaching is one of
I
them.
love teaching.
Not that they don't appreciate teachers,
Right.
but yeah, it's a
No.
calling. It's sort of
I couldn't teach, I don't think, middle schoolers.
yeah.
I was a kindergarten teacher.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I love teaching.
Precious, yeah. All right. Finally, what do you want to hear God say when you arrive at the pearly gates?
We're so glad to see you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe like acknowledging how much I love my family.
Yeah. Love being the key. Well, you guys have been great, and I appreciate you so much, Dawn and Emma Jacquez with 7 Stitches Boutique. And you can go online and find that where?
7stitchesboutique.com.
And if you feel like you'd like to donate to a nonprofit that is doing a great thing in filling a unique niche of need for folks, and that would be Hugs for Healing. And so how can they get more on that?
Hugsforhealing.org.
Okay.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you both so much. It's been a delight.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us.
Central Texas Living is part of the Rogue Media Network family. Be sure to check out their other shows at RogueMediaNetwork.com. Please rate us 5 stars on iTunes and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Join us again soon for more Central Texas Living, the podcast.
This has been a Rogue Media podcast.